people are cursed. They are cursed by God. And all these corrupt people are cursed. They are cursed by God. And all corrupt people are cursed. They are cursed by God. And all these people in Kenya who are stealing and destroying our economy, they don't begin by stealing from Kenya. They begin by stealing from God. Every thief lives under. When you walk with God, God will show you your future. You will follow the plan of God for your life. When you follow that plan, you can never be proud. No matter how high you go, you never walk in pride. You walk in the fear of God. So you stay a humble man. Stay humble. Ikiburi ya nini? Shuka. Because when you become proud, God resists you. But He gives grace to the humble. Walk in humility. Don't begin telling us how much you have, because that's your business. Don't intimidate us with your position. All of us, one day we will die and we will stand before God. We will not go with our cars and our houses. We'll leave everything here. So hii kiburi ya nini? Tuachane nayo. We are all the same before the eyes of God. Kenya turn into an industrious nation.
Kenya ikigeuka kuwa taifa la viwanda.
People are going to see
Watu wataona
this nation.
Taifa hili.
The hopelessness that is there
kukosa matumaini ambako
is for a short time.
Ni kwa muda mfupi.
Tell your neighbor.
Mwambie jirani yako.
He is saying that in the presence of the president.
Anasema hiyo mbele za rais.
You know why?
Unajua kwa nini?
Because
kwa sababu
our prayer
maombi yetu
is unstoppable.
Hayazuiliki.
We pray before anyone else prays.
Huwa tunaomba kabla yeyote yule hajaomba.
Those who curse, before they curse, we cancel their curses.
Wale ambao hulaani kabla hawajalaani tunafuta laana zao.
It's happening all over.
Inatendeka kila mahali.
You can never find me in bed.
Huwezi nipata kitandani.
Never.
Kamwe.
I can't be sleeping at 3.
Siwezi kuwa nimelala
saa
9 asubuhi.
No.
La.
I am a watchman over this nation.
Mimi ni mlinzi juu ya taifa hili.
We are praying for this nation.
Tunaliombea taifa hili.
God is going to bring a true revival in Kenya.
Mungu anaenda kuleta uvuvio wa kweli hapa Kenya.
And people are going to see
na watu wataona
Kenya turn into an industrious nation.
Kenya ikigeuka kuwa taifa la viwanda.
People are going to see
watu wataona
this nation.
Taifa hili.
The hopelessness that is there
kukosa matumaini ambako
is for a short time.
Ni kwa muda mfupi.
months. And we'll get to that.
And
Want zero transfer fees and great rates to Jamaica? Send your first online money transfer with MoneyGram, the fast and
I have done almost 400 meetings in the last 4 months.
And we'll get to that.
And the people of that area have asked me to look for friends. And we are open to working with anybody who means well for this country. You know?
But we're talking about a man you decampaigned vigorously in the previous election. A man who mobilized his MPs to vote against you during the impeachment.
The voting against me by ODM people is neither here nor there. The person who orchestrated the impeachment is William Ruto. That's the person we have a problem with. He deceived the ODM people the way he deceived all us in the mountain. And for the record, we, for many years, had problems with Raila Odinga because he had been demonized as somebody who is against the mountain people. In 2020, President Uhuru Kenyatta convinced us that Raila Odinga is a good man. But President William Ruto, then Deputy President, convinced us that Raila is a bad man, he's a witch doctor, he is a lot of poverty, he means bad for this country. And William Ruto admittedly was more persuasive than Uhuru Kenyatta.
But you're on record saying this.
No, I'm just saying, he persuaded us. And after he became president, he looked for Raila Odinga and he said he's a good man. So Raila Odinga has been cleaned by everybody. President Uhuru Kenyatta said he's a good man. William Ruto, who told us he's a witch doctor, who told us he's a lot of poverty, who told us he has no plan, who told us he is runnerless, who told us he's planless, today is singing praises for him as the best leader, not just for Kenya, but for Africa. So we refused to vote for Raila Odinga, not because he was a very bad man, but William Ruto convinced us he's bad. Again, I must say that Raila Odinga was a victim of our community's distaste for betrayal. We felt that Uhuru Kenyatta had betrayed William Ruto by looking for Raila Odinga. So because we hate betrayal, we decided to punish Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta at the same time. But still 1.1 million people from our region voted for Raila Odinga. But now that William Ruto has betrayed us, knowing very well that he's a beneficiary of our community's distaste for betrayal, we are through with him. So Raila Odinga is there. He has not betrayed us. He has not done anything so grave, you know, that in our view makes it impossible for us to work together. But I have heard him say that he's going to consult very widely and he'll say the way forward. If he wants to be president, he can talk to us. We don't have a problem. And I also want to tell Raila Odinga and his supporters, I know I am not qualified to advise him, but from my working with President William Ruto, myself and my community, let them be very careful. I have heard them promise him to be prime minister. That is a lie, it's conmanship. There is no such position available in this country because it's not there in the constitution. For you to create the position of prime minister, it means you have to change the structure of government. You would have to go for a referendum. Today,
are cursed. They are cursed by God. And all these people in Kenya who are stealing and destroying our economy, they don't begin by stealing from Kenya. They begin by stealing from God. Every thief lives under a curse. They will die a premature death. They will die before their time because of the curse. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. When you fear the Lord, in Acts chapter 10, the Apostle Peter says, now I know, and you need to know too, that God shows no partiality. We are praying for this nation. God is going to bring a true revival in Kenya. And
exactly last time, go and look at the clip we did. Gachagua will be at home by November. Did I tell you? I told you exactly last time, go and look at the clip we did. Gachagua will be at home by November. Did I tell you?
Yes, you said.
Now I'm telling you by the first quarter of the year.
Okay, it's scary.
Yes, not scary. But within the first quarter of the year, we will have a new dispensation. And these things will not come through vote.
Unajua unaongea kwa mafumbo, I'm trying to decode. I can't get.
Just hata November ukaniuliza how, nikakwambia just wait and see. Why can't you just wait and see? They are finished with Gachagua. Now they have opened another office to go for another person. This thing will not. I'm saying first quarter of coming year, we will be experiencing some changes. Just as I told you, by November, we'll be having a new deputy president. So also from now henceforth, give us 6 months, 7 months there, something might be happening.
There will be a paradigm shift in the.
It's a paradigm shift that are godly. It's godly, not political, not politician, not anything, but God would realign Kenya to His glory.
And we'll have a new leadership.
Of course, yes, we'll have a new leadership.
No, okay. I don't understand. Unaongea kwa mafumbo.
Because we'll be having so many crises. We'll be having so many crises. We'll be having, in the middle of everything, we shall also have some sort of like bendera nusu mulingoti, and things like that will be happening here and there. And whatever is happening to Gachagua will also happen to somebody else. It is God who's doing so. And then finally, Baba would be back. Yeah.
As who?
He'll come back and start.
Okay.
Apostle,
hii ni swali ya mwisho. You have just talked about Baba, and hii ni swali ya mwisho. People said, actually, Caleb Hamisi, the Sabaot MP, said that currently Raila told them if they wanted to impeach Gachagua, the government let them deal with one, and something else should happen.
Now, so you have answered the question you've been asking me.
Do you mean eventually is
the person behind bringing the Ruto government down? The tool that will be used effectively, it is Raila. Can you read the statements Badi is reading nowadays?
Yeah.
What is he saying? That these people told me to do this, I cannot do this. This has shocked me. This I can't do. These things, some things are working efficiently, working so fast that he was shocked that there are things in the government that can work very fast. What kind of a statement is that when you're under somebody, under government, and then you're kind of challenging the government? Now, Raila knows how best to place his troops and when to start hitting. Now that they are through with one man, they have created, now he has pocketed all the Kikuyus are here. Because if a challenge to remove Ruto comes tomorrow, the people to finance it will be Kikuyus because of what has happened.
But now, the president is always intelligent, ahead of time.
No.
You can never.
He used to be. He used to be.
The president is a master.
No, Ruto used to be. This is not the Ruto used to be. The Ruto that we voted for is not the Ruto that is running the nation. Yes. Yes. Just go and see.
You want to say he can be caught off guard if such
He's already. Gen Z was here. Where was he? The intelligent man. Gen Z was here. Where was he? That a parliament was run over. And you have intelligence. You have everything. Yeah? Where? I am Ndura Warwenge, Apostle. This man has now changed the tune that he used to be calling me conspiracy theorist. Now he has said that within the first quarter of the year, we will have a new dispensation. And these things will not come through vote.
I'm trying to decode. I can't get.
Just November, ukaniuliza how? Nikakwambia, just wait and see. Why can't you just wait and see? They are finished with Gachagua. Now they have opened another office to go for another person. This thing will not, I'm saying first quarter of coming year, we will be experiencing some changes. Just as I told you, by November, we'll be having a new deputy president. So also from now henceforth, give us 6 months, 7 months there, something might be happening.
There will be a paradigm shift in the
a paradigm shift that are godly. It's godly, not political, not politician, not anything, but God would realign Kenya to his glory.
And we'll have a new leadership.
Of course, yes, we'll have a new leadership.
No, okay. I don't understand.
Because we'll be having so many crises. We'll be having so many crises. We'll be having, in the middle of everything, we shall also have some sort of like bendera nusu mulingoti, and things like that will be happening here and there. And whatever is happening to Gachagua will also happen to somebody else. It is God who's doing so. And then finally, Baba will be back. Yeah.
Azuku.
He'll come back and start.
Okay. Apostle, hii ni swali ya mwisho. You have just talked about Baba, and hii ni swali ya mwisho. People said, actually, Caleb Hamisi, the Sabaot MP, said that currently, Raila told them if they wanted to impeach Gachagua, the government let them deal with one, and something else should happen.
Now, so you have answered the question you've been asking me.
Do you mean eventually is
the person behind bringing the Ruto government down? The tool that will be used effectively, it is Raila. Can you read the statements Badi is reading nowadays?
Yeah.
What is he saying? That these people told me to do this, I cannot do this. This has shocked me. This I can't do. These things, some things are working efficiently, working so fast that he was shocked that there are things in the government that can work very fast. What kind of a statement is that when you're under somebody, under government, and then you are kind of challenging the government? Now, Raila knows how best to place his troops and when to start hitting. Now that they are through with one man, they have created, now he has pocketed all the Kikuyus are here. Because if a challenge to remove Ruto comes tomorrow, the people to finance it will be Kikuyus because of what has happened.
But now, the president is always intelligent, ahead of time.
No.
You can never.
He used to be. He used to be.
The president is a master.
No, Ruto used to be. This is not the Ruto used to be. The Ruto that we voted for is not the Ruto that is running the nation. Yes. Yes. Just go and see.
You want to say he can be caught off guard if such
He's already. Gen Z was here. Where was he? The intelligent man. Gen Z was here. Where was he? That a parliament was run over. And you have intelligence. You have everything. Yeah? Where? I am Ndura Warwenge, Apostle. This man has now changed the tune that he used to be calling me conspiracy theorist. Now he has said I'm a prophet. Now come meet the prophet. I will prophesy to your life.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are listening. or viewing us from. My name is Tom PK, and I'm here to welcome all of you who are listening and watching us. We are at Talk and Art TV, a channel that discusses contemporary issues that are pertaining our country, Kenya, and mainly political. We analyze, we discuss, and bring to the table whatever is going on in that beautiful country of Eastern Africa called Kenya. So much is happening, and every day we pick a few topics because the pot is full. The pot is full, but we dwell on the political bits of it, the misses especially. We don't dwell on the good ones, because the good ones can be seen, but we dwell on the misses that we keep on having from our leaders. And today we really want to look in depth to some of the very, very, very hot potato, and we feel like we also would want to suggest a way forward, what is in our ideas. And before that, I want to welcome Father Danny Darius. I see you on the comment side there. Yes, I know you told me you're going home, but feel free whenever you're ready. Karibuni sana, tuyaangazie yale yanayojiri, tukizungumza kwa lugha ya Kikwetu. Tunay Mohammed 77, asante sana, nimekuona kwa macho mawili. We are still there, we are still together. Tunay, thank you very much for being there. I know this journey we started very far away, and we hope we will be there. Mambo ni mengi na maombi ni mengi. Sasa ni kufanya yale yanayotakikana, na yale yanayotakikana ni kuangazia, kuzungumza kwa kina, ili tuweze kuendelea vizuri na tuweze kukosoa, na si kukosoa tu, we also are there to offer ourselves to be able to contribute to the well-being of our country, Kenya. Now, a country is like a child. You bear a child, you grow the child, of course, with God's help. Bring up the child in the best way you would wish. That is always the hope of a parent, that you bring up that child to the best standards. Kwa kawaida utataka apate masomo mazuri, utataka uwe machua, utataka akiweza akikomaa aweze kuoa, utapenda awe na familia. Alafu yale ya Mungu ambaye huwa hatuepuki ni pale basi anapomaliza mambo yake duniani, na hiyo ndio life cycle. Kwa hivyo kwa nchi pia tungependa nchi inanawiri, na nchi inanawiri kwa kutunzwa vyema na wale ambao wanapewa usukani na wenyeji. Wenyeji are the people always give the mandate to those who are supposed to govern the country. So in the real essence, if you are not following or you are not pleasing the people, then something is extremely wrong. Extremely wrong. Yes, Njuru, I'm bringing the link. It is extremely wrong, ikiwa, as you know, that the people are the ones that you are there for the people. So when people start complaining about you being there, it tells you a very simple answer. Hii nafikiria hata mtoto wa nursery school anajua, and I think the best people can do as Stone PK, that is what I would do, and I always take my own example, that there is heroism in quitting. There is heroism in sitting back and asking, kwa nini watu wamepiga nduru hivi? You can imagine if you are a player in a soccer team. Yaani umecheza, kila fans wanapiga kelele, coach anasema unakosea, kila mtu, your teammates pia wanapiga nduru. That is Stone PK, maze umeguvu. Now you are there still insisting to be in the team. Sincerely speaking, that is sickness. Huo ni ugonjwa. All right. Sasa, similarly in a country like ours called Kenya, karibu wananjiro, you are there, you are claiming wewe ni kiongozi ama nyinyi ni viongozi. All right. Okay, mna claim mlipewa usukani, mlipewa hiyo mandate na wananchi, wakawapatia kabisa kwenye sherehe kubwa na mbwembwe nyingi. Then hata miaka miwili ijakuisha, watu wameanza kupiga nduru, wanasema nenda bana, hatukutaki. Wengine wanafanya mpaka mnawekwa kwenye nini inaitwa nani coffins, jeneza. Yani your own citizenship crying and wishing you death, and you are still there clinging and calling yourself mheshimiwa rais, mheshimiwa daktari, mheshimiwa sijui nani. It is sickness. We are waiting to see some of these very good principled people where mwananchi anakuambia hakutaki, unamwambia ni asante. I mean, somebody has told you hakutaki. We have never seen this in our country called Kenya. Okay? That they have said with all manner of expressions that you are BS. Anyway, sitaki kupreach, but kichwa cha whatever we are discussing leo, tunaendeleza. We had this topic yesterday, we introduced it yesterday, that our system ya kuchagua kuweza kuwatumikia wale watatuangazia na kutuongoza is failed. It is known kwamba electoral system, call it IBC, call it whatever you want to call it, it's dead, it's finished. Hiyo tumekubaliana. Kwa hivyo kama imekufa, what should we do to get a better one? Mtoto akifa mwingine uzaliwa. You have to go back to what you did to get the first child, and sasa hii system yetu, it's dead and we have never gotten it right. So whatever we do, tukianza kusema sijui Kalonzo atakuja, Morara sijui nani.
Stone,
yeah,
I want to ask a question here. I know you're worried about IBC. You're not a man to worry about IBC. You've never been a man to worry about IBC. Your main focus is about revolution. But I want to ask people one question about dictators over the past and how they've cultivated a section of the population to give them the perception of popularity. Museveni ana ufuasi around Uganda. Kuna watu wazee diehard, hata mkifanya nini, he's cultivated them over the years. He's been a dictator. Moi had the same. Moi ungeona kwamba kulikuwa na watu wengi from all tribes that used to follow him. Putin himself had a following, whether you like him or not. Trump akona base. This is what Njero always talks about, a base. Sasa nikuulize hii kitu, when Ruto ran for president, there was a doubt in very many people. Me, I know his story, but there's always that benefit of doubt that he won. Benefit of doubt. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Stone? Benefit of doubt. This guy right now, he walks around the country. He goes anywhere, he'll be booed by the Gen Zs, ataambiwa mwizi, and they're being recorded everywhere. There is no, mpaka inakuwa kwa vipindi vya habari, you cannot sanitize this person. He's number 2 in the world right now, number 1 in the world as being most corrupt. I know we're a bit worried, but I'm just telling you, kuna kitu, unajua saa zingine kuna venye hata akinunua watu wa judiciary, how are you going to tell the populace? How is the judiciary going to justify a man that is unpopular? Who said Museveni is popular? Who said Kagame is not popular? There are still people who follow this too. There are still people you can see around the country, these countries, that you can see they adore him. Putin has following. You can't deny it. You can't deny some of these fellows. But this man, other than my people, which is hanging on a string, because most of the Gen Z movements were in Eldoret, Bomet, Kericho, Muliona, mpaka Tanandi. I didn't see any in Baringo, but the other counties, Tuluko huko, Wasingishu. So, Stone, I know you're worried about the IBC. I'm very worried. We've talked about the system he's creating. But every time this guy opens his mouth, it's a blunder after blunder. So I'm asking you, in terms of the whole society accepting him, 2027 atakuja atudanganya hapa sijui North and Eastern is taken. Is it possible, Stone? There was trust me, kulikuwa na doubt. Kulikuwa na watu huko Central walisema wameshindwa 100%. We saw it was theft. But there was a way they could try and convince themselves that this man won. Because alikuwa anatembea, we saw people from Central walikuwa wanamwimbia mawimbo huku nyumbani, walikuwa na greet him as a hero. So Stone, let me ask you a question. Does this guy have an aorta of presence in Kenya? Munaweza muona kama ana ufuasi wowote? Why is he desperate about Raila? Why is Raila such a thorn? Unajua mimi nasipendi Raila, but wacha afanye kazi yake kama Wamunyoro. Because Stone, I'm just a bit surprised that you're the man who's talking about election. You're not a man of Stone. You're never a man of election. Where's into election?
You are not understanding me. You are lost.
You are not election person.
Umepotea Keep. Utarudi hapa ukiliania. You've not understood me. You are saying Ruto doesn't have a following. You goofy.
Which one? Tell me.
Tell me.
Tell me.
Let's not engage.
I want you to tell me.
Let me finish myself. Excuse me.
Okay, sir.
Hapa tutadisagree kabisa. My line of thought, and that's why kichwa iko. Keep. Ruto has following. Take that to any bank you want. Ruto has his following. Kila shetani ana mbiwi wake. And why I'm dwelling so much on the election? Because you will be told to go for elections. Keep. You will go for elections. Ruto will koroga. You will steal openly. And then you will start screaming, going to IBC. You will start following that stupid system. Look, why I have said it has failed totally. It is Kenyans now should reject that in totality. They should say hatutaenda election. What then is the option? The option is let's have an interim government. Let's think of how to constitute a government that in the eyes of Kenyans can constitute and structure a system that will allow us to vote. Otherwise, keep utakaa hapo kwa desk ukisema Ruto has no following, you'll be shocked. He has following in Luo Nyanza, for your information. He has Kalenjins. So if he can get up to 4 million, he will boost that to 6, 7, 8, even 10. Ukiambiwa asubuhi ameamka na milioni hizo 19 wanasema, what will you do? Let's not play what we played in 2022. That we had blue here, blue there, blue there. Let's not do that. Okay? Wananjiru sijui ameenda wapi. So keep. When I talk of us avoiding anything stupid called election, I know what I'm saying. We'd rather say we will never go to queue in the name of voting.
There we're together. We're together.
You had not seen where I was flowing. We should not be at tukoniwe at now this has happened. Sijui nani amewekwa. Kenyans, we should say, like the way Gen Zs have said, hakuna elections. We have to dismantle completely and have a caretaker government. Ambayo sasa tutaanza afresh. Because today, even if they put the commissioners and they elect those idiots they keep there, the retirees, the headmasters, the whatevers and all that, you know how they are all the way to the ground. Some of us have also participated, we know. That is a very stupid system. Because all of them, they are bribed very, very simple money. 10,000, 5,000, and they do. In fact, our voting system cannot work in our country, Kenya, that is so corrupt. Akuna, it is so difficult. That's why we have to think of something else. And that's why Africa is said up to 95% are rigged leaders. Hence the total failure that we have in the continent. Those are not people's people. The leaders are not people's elected. Very, very, very terrible. So for me, I said, can we grind this country to a stop? And that's why I don't want any presidential candidate who is not addressing that issue. Anybody who is saying that, we register, we do this, we are just following in the same slaughterhouse that we have always been. For now, we have to fix. And fixing is getting a transitional caretaker committee of government that will be ile itachaguliwa vile wananchi tunataka. We propose keep anapigwa msasa, tunajua ni bure, tunakutoa. It can even take us 2 years to constitute that. But meanwhile, Ruto atolewe akae kando. Then we struggle with that caretaker government. Yeah. Then we are able to. But when we have this, like now, when you see people are now lured and they are saying, oh, Raila is the one who will, that's why I played those clips, that he's the one who will bring down Ruto. How does he bring down Ruto when they're already in bed making love? Keep endelea.
He don't even defeat Uhuru, ule msoft kwanza, msoft kwa wote wawili. Sasa tena atazana na hii Simba hapa, hii Morana. Atazana na huyu. Mtu wa Serelak alishindwa. Sa mtu wa Bush, mtu wa someone who deals with parking boys and Faruk was a parking boy and Makangas. Utazana na huyu ni mtu ngumu, tough. Ruto is not a joke, my friend. And now I agree with you. Hii mambo ya kufikiria election, watu wenye wanaanza kusema sijui zones nini. If you're thinking about MPs, somehow I can feel you. Wenye ataanza kusema I want to vote for the right MP, I want to vote for the right MCA. Governor si sana kwa sababu analipanga pesa mingi. But you can start picking better leaders. Hiyo unaweza fikiria at least. I don't know if kama hiyo system yake watakataa. If they refuse the system, at least hiyo mnaweza at least fight for good leadership there. Lakini hii kitu kama mtoi president mwenye anajiita president before 2027, you're wasting your time, Kenyans. Hata Raila akienda sijui consultations, Matiang'i akuje sijui nani. Sometimes I just feel like everything he does is so deliberate that Kenyans can see. Anaonesha kwa usiku. Mimi natoa judiciary kwa sababu nimechoka na hotel. Because hotel is no longer doing what they want. Blatantly. Postponed IEBC mpaka my MP wameanza kureject him. Then now he knows it's time to bring IEBC because I don't care about these MPs. Before he was protecting them because he knew there was going to be a bridge of impeachment. Right now he doesn't care because he'll have a remedy with the judiciary for doing that. I'll tell you, this guy plays games and Kenyans, huyu ni mtu mbaya sana. This is huyu ndio. So unasemanga when you were young, Otero. Huyu ndio Otero sasa. Huyu ndio Otero.
Sinifelo Otero. Starring.
Huyu hata msimuone hivyo. He's that guy. Huyu ajui jokes. This guy doesn't know jokes. Anaua watu blatantly, anaongea na when somebody can sit down with warlords na wakaribishe nyumbani kwetu like nothing. Now, you know what warlords are? Stone knows this because he's been in conflict-driven countries. Kwanza, one of the worst ones. I'm not gonna mention which ones. This guy knows what warlords do. Ni watu kukata mkono ya watu na wanakuangalia na ataenda kunywa chai na Stone. Yet Stone is looking for peace. Atakata mkono na ataongea na Stone as if nothing happened yesterday. Na mtasikia tu jana alifanya hiyo maajabu. And these people are cool. Yani anaweza waleta tu nyumbani hapa Kenya and it's like nothing for us. That means he has no conscience. This guy is a actual psychopath. He's ana conscience, aoni hata mkimwambia mara ngapi ataenda atajenga airport huko Kilgoris. Yet hiyo ilikuwa imepromisia watu wa Kisii. One man is more important than a whole population, a whole clan of people. Wamengojea. We've got the third largest central bank in Kenya and Kisii. Hawa watu wanahitaji airport. You can see how important that is because there's a lot of diasporans out there. Lakini Mujinga amesema wacha tutengeneze airport hapo Kilgoris. Si airport, airstrip. But it doesn't matter. Airstrip graduates into an airport. This is how selfish this person is. So niambie, Kenyans, those ones who are listening, oh, sijui unamuitanga baba, oh, baba anaenda kuanda consultation. Mtu amepankuswa na Ruto, amepankuswa na AU. Is that somebody you're going to rely on? Honestly speaking, somebody who cannot fight for his own election. Let me tell you, Stone, kuna kitu inaitwanga wanaume, kuwa mwanaume. Hata grandfather, there's a certain age. Huwezi acha watoto wadogo kushinda hivyo. Ruto and Uhuru wakuchezee karata hivyo bwana. At least Kibaki mko age mates, akina Kibaki walikucheza cheza hivi, akina Moi walikucheza. These are people, these are your juniors. They're rolling you around their little finger. From Uhuru to, you know how stupid Raila looks like. These people are circling him around his finger. Anaona tu something shiny, mzee atafurahia this prestige, this vitu zina you know, Stone, those things that impress 20-something-year-olds will take them to the political graveyard. That is what other politicians. Know what the EU do? Let me explain to you the EU, Stone PK. People love their country so much that they run to be MP, to be prime minister, or whatever it is in the UK or other European nations. Ile siku utapatiwa kitu inaitwa MEP. It's called political exile. Umefanya makosa nyumbani, utaenda uambiwe, wewe tutakupatia kazi ya kuwa president wa EU, ama utapatiwa kazi kuwa MEP. Yani, that is how useless these jobs are. This kind of continental jobs. Unajua upendo wa nchi na ile importance ya kuwa MP wa who knows what Raila Odinga's daughter does? She's a whole East African MP. Nobody gives a shit about that job because it does nothing. It's what you call political graveyard or exile. That's what Raila never understood. I've read a lot of political books, watched a lot of political shows, and I understand these international roles are what you call political graveyards, and unaexiliwa. Umefanya makosi, wenda kwera. Or you're going to be the Lionels of infrastructure in Africa. Who gives a shit? Ametengeneza barabara ngapi? How many roads has Raila built in Africa? How many railway stations has he built as infrastructure? Ametengeneza how many buildings as infrastructure head of AU? Department kidogo hivi so important. It's absolute vitu kama, it's like, why do you think Ababu Namamba is not very happy about ambassadorship? Who cares about ambassadors? Ambassador is another kazi ingine ya kuwa exile. Why wouldn't Moses Kuria take an ambassadorship? Afadhali akae nyumbani apatiwe kazi ya mkono. People understand that sometimes, and Raila at his senior age should understand. Oh, sijui is going to consult to the rest of the country. Oh, yani, what Raila has done within 15 years, a one-term MP, a one-term MP is embarrassing him. Wamunyoro, yani, Rigi miscalculate things that Raila should have been doing. Kae komiti huko ndani, aongee hivi, akuwe kingmaker. It's better to be called a kingmaker than one of this so-called stupid prestigious nonsense that Raila chases. Kukimbia tu kama mshenzi tu. That's how people say, oh, why do you insult your Baba? Mna insult Baba. He's the one who's blocking the road for the rest of us. He's blocking the road for the rest of us because there should have been great leaders that come out of ODM. Let me tell you, I would have never met ODM. I would have never met Stone PK if it wasn't for ODM. Unafikira Stone PK angekuwa hapa sahi? If ODM was run properly, Stone singekuwa namjua, angekuwa huko Embu anafanya kazi ya MC ama MP. Am I lying, Stone? I would not have met you in these shows. You would not be in the US. But because of the bureaucracy, the kind of greed, the way politics is run in Kenya, politics in Kenya is actually a formality. The few seats that are run with genuine results, I can say, Stone 40%. Am I going too much? Ama ni kidogo? 40%. What percentage of leadership is actually genuine in Kenya? 40%, 20%.
Yeah.
Wenye wamevotiwa ya ukweli.
You know, it varies from election to election. Like this one of Ruto, it was totally fake, mediocre. And then
I'm talking about like Sifuna was voted in. Let's just be frank. Akina Orengo, all these people.
yeah,
Talk about
but it's a very small
40%.
percentage. From Jubilee to UDA, the percentage fell completely. There was a lot of sweeping rigging. Terrible. So those
Unalipa.
would have been up to 15-20%.
Yeah.
Probably if you went back and asked the people, is this the MP you wanted? On Cemendio, bila bias, it got very low percent, 20 to 25%.
So election is just a formality.
It's a sham. You know,
nikwambie kweli, let's be frank. Stone, would I have met you if ODM was correct, or if elections of Kenya was correct? Would I know you right now?
No, because we met here on these issues of.
So I would never have met you.
You know, yeah, because I would be. Some of us would be doing very, very productive things with the country. You know, yeah. In fact, the most shambolic. Okay, people think it was UDA. No, ODM also. It was terrible. People are forced to.
ODM is the worst.
Yeah, people who are not their choice. You know, the ticket. Why do you give what we call direct nomination for what? Who told you people in, for example, in Githunguri want a candidate to be directly? Okay, for your party, yes. For your party, if there are others, yeah. But even for your party, why don't you make it competitive? Why don't they go for a fair, what we call nomination? What makes you think candidate A is more popular than the other, and you don't want to know that by being shown by the people who they want? It's terrible.
The only reason for direct nomination was not even about money. It was about the popularity of the candidate, and this usually is seen by actual real polls. Si ya ujinga hii tutafanyanga hiyo ujinga. Utafika tu point unasema no. You know, Stone PK ulifanya kazi mzuri mbele. You are direct candidate. Hata ule alikuwa anafaa kwa opponent wake anasema siwezi enda na Stone. Stone is too tough. So inakwanga kwanza, it's never made official by the party. Do you know that, Stone? You're direct candidate. It's a formality. Wanasema this guy is too strong. But imekuwa tu kazi ya kulipa pesa ndio kuwe direct candidate, and it's announced officially. Hiyo ni ujinga na upumbavu. When a candidate is popular in an area, it's usually unawekwa direct candidate. Trump was a direct candidate because of his popularity with the Republican Party.
Actually, what makes some of these candidates become or be given direct nomination? It's the money.
Pesa.
Yeah.
Money.
There's nothing called, it's popular with he buys the members and the owners of the party and all that. So he buys everybody. It says he's funding the party, he's doing this and that. He donates. Once he donates, he buys his way, so he can do and say whatever you want. Yeah.
Si akuwe nominated MP Stone, kwani kuna vitu kama nominated MP? Kwani hawezi kwa hiyo? If indeed he doesn't want to be elected, hivyo lipa pesa ukuwe nominated MP, then the party can reward you on something that is not merit of the people. The people did not choose you. That is when hapo Stone PK, I'm not gonna argue about it. I'm like, kuna maslots za MP hapa, kuna maslots za senator. Huyu alikuwa loyalist wa ODM, empatie cheo ya MP lakini ni nominated. I have no problems with that. Patia mjika yote hiyo kitu. They have no influence. But now, ile mi nimetoka kijiji kidogo hapo Kilifi. I've grown up here. Lakini naletewa mtu wa town kutoka Mombasa. Who is this ninja? I don't know him. Just because we look the same, I don't know where he's from. Ndio mnaniwekea huyu MP. Mi nimetoka Migori, unaniletea mtu kutoka Kisumu. What is wrong with you? Natoka Kirinyaga, unaniletea mtu wa Meru, Nyeri. Because there was a space somewhere there, you're going to slot somebody else. Sometimes I just think, I like, at least tumeshikana hapo Stone PK. There's no need of elections. Wenye watajisumbua na elections Kenya, ni shida zenu. Wasting your time unless you fight for your constituencies or what. Nice time.
Keep, you know, but the first way to fix or to begin to have some transparency in election is to go back and destroy the party system. Okay? Because party system is step number one, which goes into rigging and all that, buying and shoveling, and because it's a business, it's a shop. Okay? So if we could abolish that temporarily so that we mature, we grow into embracing, once we have a system that will have free in terms of elections, then if you want to have those parties, you can. But for me, I don't see any benefit. Ask anybody. I would want anybody to tell me what does it matter at Kukope, at we are multi-party. Why don't we have multi-individual? We meet at parliament. You know, if an idea comes, we don't agree, we separate. Today, people are on this side, the other day. We go by ideas, policies that are beneficial to Mwananchi. We can be opposing each other today, tomorrow we are in the same side, the other day we are. That, I think, would be one of the best way to go. Yeah. Instead of saying that now you're on one side, we bring BS things because you are supporting, you are in that party, you cannot oppose. Nonsense. I tend to think that is a lot of rubbish.
No, what you're saying is I actually agree with you, Stone. We need to encourage more independent candidates. But I disagree with you about the party thing, but it's okay. But we need to encourage more independent candidates.
Of what benefit is the party thing? Keep. What plus
ideologies,
communities?
Drivers of the party.
Yeah.
Another thing we need to get rid of is that president nonsense. We don't need presidents. We need to have a parliamentary system. I'm tired of presidents that are overlords of the whole country. I want in the middle of a political season, like for example, 1 year down, tunatoa prime minister, and even if it's just within the parliament themselves, wamechoka na Ruto analeta mtu mwingine. We can sweep this thing as much as possible, make it as useless as possible. Hapa in the UK change prime minister kama underwear 7 times.
Those are called mature systems. For me, I want comment section, niambieni tu umuhimu na utamu wa parties in a country as corrupt as Kenya. Ati mimi ni party hii, mwingine ni party hii. What I mean, really, what value does it add to mwananchi? That's my concern.
I'll tell you one ideology of a party. Yeah, one ideology of a party. Kulikuwa na party nyingine inaitwa chama cha mashinani. That was a party to bring money down to devolution.
Jiru
That was a
Morara
brilliant idea.
Hapa chini ni muinue. Simuoni Jiru sikuoni Jiru Morara.
Jiru anakuchezea karata.
Jiru
Unajua ako na mgeni wa nyumba.
Ako chini ya mwamba eh? Okay, sawa, endelea.
Ako chini ya mwamba, ako na mgeni. Aliniambia I have to go pick somebody up. Ni sawa. Njiru ako na date.
Kuna date katikati ya wiki. Ni mdosi. Tuendelee.
Ni ninja. Sasa alikuwa anajiita Mr. Handsome.
Na Alex wewe acha kunini bwana. Ati Alex anamwambia go up. I don't know where he is. Anyway, wote wacha to acknowledge as we proceed. Habil
Yeah, go ahead.
Matende kuona Dan Dario wako pale. Na kujeni studio. I don't know why watu wanaogopa alafu watu wanaingia studio masaa ingine alafu na tunaenda injury time. Yeah,
Jamii
kujeni
inaingia
topic
ofisi.
moto. Yeah, tumedwell na IBC system. Haya, how about hii maneno nani amesema? Nimecheza 2-3 clips za spiritual. Pastor Lai alipopasua mbarika pale mbele ya president. Kasema hii nchi haitaenda kule wengine wanataka kuipeleka waizi na nini. Kaambia angalia yule ako next, mwambie wewe ni mwizi, kama wewe ni mwizi talk whatever. Yeah, na akasema I'm saying this in front of the president because akapeana reasons. That boldness imetoka wapi ya tell off kufanya mpaka Ruto karibu atoke, but yeye ni roho ngumu, amekaa tu hapo mwizi direct nini na kwa hapo. Haya, huyu Ndora prophet sijui na yeye amesema, and it is interesting the way all the things he's been saying. Surprising. The day before yesterday, I was playing all his clips.
Stone, I have to address something. Stone.
Nimalize hii Ndora ndio address. So let me finish.
Very quickly.
Let me finish this.
Very quickly.
So those spiritual, they are all saying and amounting to what is actually happening. It's scary. But what has really uplifted me is that wamesema this first quarter things will happen mpaka hata bendera zitaenda nusu mlingoti. That I'm happy about. Now, nusu mlingoti, I don't really care. Bora tu inaenda nusu mlingoti, kila kitu irudi kwa factory setting. That will be fantastic. Then akasema there will be a shake-up. There will be a shake-up and a God will be coming to save this country. That is fantastic. But of course, God uses people. So that gives me what I would call positive hope, because there are some hopes that are just a rubber stamp. But the positive hope is when you see dalili za reality happening. So that reality, based on those other predictions zimesemwa nao and showing what is happening one after the other, then I'm saying amen. Let that whatever happens, happen. Whatever happens, happen if it has to happen to fix this country in the first quarter. Endelea Kip.
Stone, let me ask you a question. Do I have access to your StreamYard?
Access meaning what? Are you able to?
I don't have. I don't have access to.
I didn't give you. I can give you.
Yeah,
in fact, I want to give you to cut for me some of those TikTok things.
I'll do that. Because I think there are some delusional people in this show looking for attention and wanataka kuonwa, and every time something does not go to their way, they add stupid things on the chat like keep blocked me. I blocked you, Alex Bundi. Alex, you're a senior person.
Blocked.
You're older than me, and you need to mature.
Who blocked Alex?
Nobody blocked him. He does this. It's a pretense. It's just for attention seeking. He's not after attention.
No. Alex, Keep doesn't have access. He doesn't. The only people who have access is Julia and Nani, and Kenyan with the love had given him the other day. He was clearing. Those are the two people. Yeah.
You'll give me access because it will be good also. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Alex.
So Alex, I don't think I don't know. I don't know why. Because when I check, I'm not seeing like you're blocked. You're not.
It's attention seeking. That's it. Senior person, that is older than me and behaving.
Why would Alex?
He does that. He's got a season of behaving like a child. That's how I always see him. Atakuja akue mature, alafu siku moja kichwa itaruka, alafu aanze kubehave kama mtoto mdogo. Juzi alienda kutukana nani Kenya Revolutionary and said talk about things we don't even talk about like men. Kuja akatusi mtu mwingine kwa sababu is a Jaluo. Sometimes Alex, grow up, eh?
Tuache hiyo,
No,
let's not tusichafue channel
okay,
hii.
I'm not gonna dwell on it. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I just want him to stop talking about me. That's it.
But yeah, that I said, unajua, it's unfortunate that people wanaendanga into those levels. It doesn't help at all. Let's go back to our discussion.
Let's go back to as you can see what you are seeing with these religious leaders. With the religious leaders, from I'm a Catholic, from the bishop himself talking, the Catholic bishop talking. This is the second time the Catholic Church has thrown a shot at the government. But I'm always wondering, why is it last minute when these people are coming in, when things are dire, or when something is not being provided for them? Because wanapiga kelele kwa sababu walipwi juu ya nini inaitwaje, the financial, not the medical services that the church provides. Sisi kila mtu anajuanga sister, wanajuanga hizi clinics na hospitals zinapatiwanga na kanisa, but they need subsidies from the government because they cannot provide some of those services. I mean, they cannot provide some of those services for free, otherwise they'll go bankrupt. Alafu kuna huyu pastor wa nini, huyu pastor wa Mombasa, I really liked that ile aliongea juu ya corruption in sometimes we need, that's what we need these churches to do, speak about corruption. Because when Stone, have you been to Ghana?
Yes, I have. I've worked there.
Okay, when you're in Ghana and you saw the royal family and how the royal family see this actual anarchy, inaitwaje, monarch, vile wanakanga kwa viti kubwa mejaa na gold nini and by that royal family, wanakanga hivi wakikaa mbele na viti kubwa, alafu wananchi wanawaona. That is what Ruto is looking for. Have you noticed that? Whenever he goes to any event, wanapatianga viti kubwa kubwa za kifahari, alafu wananchi wanapatiwa viti za plastic, and then they sit at all. They want people to watch them. It's like a show for the people. Yet I don't see that in Europe. I don't see that in the US. The only reason that the American president walks around with armored car is the most, what do you call it, the most targeted president in the world. Same with Russia. But you never see him sit in seats of you guys are in America. I watch news for American news. I watch Fox and NBC News. I watch both. I never see them go to kanisa. Sijui alienda kanisa hapa. Trump, Biden, Obama alienda kwa hii kanisa. Walienda kuhutubia crowd fulani hivi sijui nini. We only see that garbage in Kenya or in Africa. And US is the only Western country that goes full out in campaigns. Hapa UK tunapatanga mabarua, wanaongea vitu, wanafanya campaigns zao kwa TV hivi, wanakuwa na town hall kadhaa na inaisha hivyo. In Sweden unapata barua, Germany unapata barua, unasoma, saa zingine unapatiwa email, unasoma, unachagua candidate wako. In Estonia, Lithuania and the Baltic states, muna vote kwa text na inaishia hivyo. Yet we make it such a big deal in Kenya, like leaders are gods, politicians are gods in Africa. It's absolute garbage. They're not gods, they're servants. And the day Africans will see these people as servants, like, kuna hata siku moja nishaikuwa na mpesa yangu Stone PK, nimekuwa na mpesa account yangu, nimepata kwamba ile pesa niliweka huko ndani sio amount. Njiru, do you have a mpesa account? Stone, you have an mpesa account? Hata ukiwa huko US ushaipata siku moja ati other than transactional fees pesa yako imedisappear in mpesa?
Unajua what I know is that saa zingine unakaa account yako unakuta ni kama hata imekuwa disabled, kama ija receive pesa for long.
different, but now we're talking about when you have an active account.
No, size in active account here in Pesa, so I cannot answer on that.
Okay, one. But I'm just telling you, from an active account, your money will never potea. Why can't we create an M-Pesa for elections like the other countries like Estonia? Why? Why do we have to go
Because
through
we
paper?
need loopholes. We need loopholes for stealing. You need loophole. Let me tell you, Bwana Kip, niingililia hapo kidogo. You see, Kenyan leaders will not want a credible election because it will not help them. Unajua hata Ruto will not want a still proof election. I don't think even Gachagua will want a still proof election. Every politician in Kenya, I don't think there's any politician in Kenya who will want a still proof election. So that's why unaona wanatupelekanga kwa hii circus. I saw Germany and I was surprised actually by the election of Germany. We were analyzing it, nimesikia pia kuna vile hiyo vitu ni kama imeanzia kurudisha maneno ya Berlin Wall. Nasikia sijui kutoka hapo kwa Berlin Wall hivi kupanda hivi. Anyway, Bwana Kipu, umefuata hiyo uchaguzi ya Ujerumani? Nasikia ati kutoka
Bana, let me tell you, let me explain to you something. You can explain, but I'll tell you something. Me, I don't care about European affairs anymore. Me narudi nyumbani. Let me go back with my Ruto and my struggles here as an African. Hii kitu ya kuangalia watu wazungu wakipigana sahi. You know we're going week east. Unajua Gen Z wamenistua bana. Gen Z are telling me that it's time for us to go back home and fight for our rights. Hii mambo ya kungojea watu wanatunyonya hapa, wanatunyonya, they are just taking our resources, they're just sucking us dry. All our blood, we are so thin. Kumbe hizi resources zote, look at how France is surviving. France is surviving because they're sucking our blood dry. But continue. I know what you mean. It's the fascism is growing in France.
Yeah. So now, what I was trying to say is that we have seen how how elections are being managed in those countries. I think citizens want more of responsibility than this rhetoric. Hata sisi Kenya, kuna siku itafika, maybe it is now, where we will have to agree that we need systems which can give us a government, whichever it is. As long, let me tell you, if Bwana Ruto did not steal the election, let me tell you, Kenyans would be comfortable. One way where the governance is motivated is when you are starting with a stolen ballot. So once you steal the ballot, there's no responsibility to anything. Ni mimi nimejifikisha hapo. But Bwana Kipu, ukijuanga ya kwamba wewe ndio umeng'ang'ana na ukafika hapo as the person who has won the ballot, you'll always be respecting the voice of the people. So the issue of a still proof election in Kenya, we will need a very serious human being to come and take us through that cycle. I don't see any person who is alive today who can take us through that cycle. I think that one is for Brother Benson. I think that one is for other people. It's for other generations. Our generation, what is
Brother Benson, karibu. Patia link kwa Brother Benson akuje kudu. Our sister channel.
Ndio hiyo nimemgongea hapo. So what I'm trying to say is that Bwana Kip, in our generation, we cannot achieve what you are saying. In our generation, a still proof election. But we can make steps which can give us an agreeable election. You know, there's a difference between a still proof and agreeable election, where we agree, where we have a consensus that we can have a leader this way. American election is not a still proof election, but it's agreeable. All parties can agree that this person has won and there's no much competition. I don't know, in China they don't do elections, so I don't know. In Russia, I don't. So that's what I'm trying to say. In Kenya, we now need an agreeable election. Can we have an electoral process which all parties will be comfortable to, whereby we can agree that Stone PK has won that election because we have been able to monitor the procedures and we trust that the procedures worked well. That is one. So what I recoil the discussion back to what happened today because it's also keen to what we are saying. The person who is the biggest casualty of election stealing, Bwana Kip, the casualty of election stealing in Kenya, Mr. Raila Odinga. is regrouping without even giving a procedure or a concept or even explaining how he has been affected by election stealing. Sasa ndio ulisikia nikikwambia asubuhi Mzaya anasema ati anataka kuongea. Bwana Kipril, Mzaya anasema tuongee ati sasa unajua Raila is usually very funny. The other day alikuanga na story ya kila mtu akoe. Kipril, I think this Mzee we have to start discovering bwana.
It's not normal. It's not normal. It's not normal. Kwa sababu anataka tuongee. Sasa si ni story tu hii nilikwambia kuna season za Raila. Hii ni season ya kukula wewe ujui. Sasa akikulanga pesa Ruto atakuwa anatembea tu. Tembea we need to consult. You know Ruto Raila's consultation inachukua how long? It takes about a year consultation. Sasa atakuwa anatupia pesa kidogo. Shika pesa. Mzee jamaa usinigonge sana. Chukua pesa hapa. This season of consultation ni kukula. Yeah. Nikwambia hii berries ziko hapa tu.
Wacha nikumalizie. Sasa
si ilikuwa consultation na nini? Handshake. Alienda kuongea na wananchi.
So sasa Mzaya
Pentagon ilikuwa Pentagon, hata kina Stone alikuwa kwa Pentagon. Pentagon ilikuwa consultation. It's always consultation. I don't know who is consulting. Sijuanga ana consult. BBI ilikuwa consultation. I don't know who these people are he consults. Mimi sijuanga.
Hata Nadiko ilikuwa consultation.
Yeah, consultio.
Even Nadiko was consultation, right?
Yeah.
So
consultation. Nasikia ulikuwa kwa hiyo meza ukiconsultiwa Njeru as a diehard of Raila then. Nasikia Stone Pike alikuwa kwa consult. He flew to go and have a consultation about Nadco. It was very important. Wananchi wa chini waliitwa bombers of Kenya. By the way, that one is true. Waliitwa bombers of Kenya for 5 minutes wakafukuzwa. Consultation my foot.
Yeah, so Mzaya siku ya Gen Z alisema watu wakoe. Umesikia? Siku ya Gen Z alisema watu wakoe. So sijui sasa kikozi ilikuwa nini. So Kipril, kama ukusikia story ya kukoa, kila mtu akoe yake. Nataka kuambia bwana, Kenya ni politics.
Tulitukanwa na mzee, yani kama ile, yani nilikuwa napangalia hivi.
Wacha vijana wakoe. Tukoe, kila mtu akoe, atoe yake. Kila mtu, so tulishakoa sasa. So now our Mzaya has told us that you want to consult kila mtu. Mbudi wacha hivyo unajificha hapo, amesema he is even going to speak with the Kisis. He said that hata Wakisi tunaongea na wao. Somebody was saying that Wakisi washaondoka station. Lakini sasa Mzaya ashasema sasa ya kwamba we consult. So I don't know how we are consulting widely on that. Yeah. Kipril chukua, I'll be back in a minute. Chukulia Kipril, please. I'll be back.
Ndio nataka kutoka sasa hivi. Stone uko wapi bana? Stone.
Niko hapa. Kuna shida gani?
Endelea na story bana. Endelea.
Nasikia mnasema ati Mzaya anasema ana consult.
Si tuna consult hiyo bana.
You see, no, you know, again, you know Raila, these leaders wanajua vile wa Kenya, we are not intelligent politically. Let me tell you, and anybody can take me to task. We are not intelligent politically. That's why we think Raila is the most intelligent in terms of politics, which I don't agree. Even when I was following him, hata nikiwa ODM, hata when we were in all those parts, everywhere I stood to talk, whether we were in Yotha or anything, I would raise very pertinent issues. Because some of the things people would swallow just because Raila ati amesema, I would disagree. Just like I disagree that
the fact that you are old doesn't mean you are wise. Ni uongo. Because even fools grow old. Everyone knows that. So when ukiona tu mtu ati ni mzee, then you imagine everything atakwambia it's correct, it's wise, it's all the, you start goofing. You have to use your head as well. Akikwambia hivi, una weigh. Because weighing and questioning is not disrespect in any way. All right. So, and that's why we are in a lot of problems. Now, people say that so and so is superior in politics when he is superior in stealing and lying and cheating. And we have, yani tumeingia kwa space ile that you are made to think politics is about lying, which is not true. Atu mtu akiongea hivi unasikia Weston PK, hiyo ni siasa. Siasa inaendanga hivi. That's why I disagree with so many people in the channels. When they open their mouth by beginning to say, you know, that's politics. And if I ask people directly, what do you define politics as? Mtu anaanza kuyumba yumba. Who said politics? And even politics is dirty. People buy that. What does that mean? That's a fake statement. That's a tired statement. Just because those people who are in politics lie, steal, and do that, because they make sure that the commoner are not strong enough to take them to task, then you brand that as politics. When you con the people with your bottoms up nonsense, yeah, you think you are smart. Yani ulikuwa mnoma. When you talked about boda boda, you talked about Mama Shiko, Mama Mboga and all that. Then because they came and accepted what you said, then you say, oh, it's politics. No, you lied to them. Why you lied to them, it becomes a lie after, when you are given what you have asked and you don't deliver. But when you are talking, you can't call it a lie. But knowing your character, like if somebody comes, he's a murderer who is known, he has been convicted 3, 4, 5 times, and he comes and you leave him there and you are told to trust that person, leave him with your kids, or a rapist, then you'll be making a mistake to trust that person that, oh, ati ame change. If you are clever, uta make sure you don't leave him unattended. That is how you do it. So when politicians come, somebody who has been, in court, ameiba, amefanya, yes, Kenya, watu wanasema the law, he is a suspect and all that. By virtue of being a suspect, my dear good listeners, to me, that is a no-go zone. Because we have no short of people. And that's why some of us, when we are in those spaces, we try to tell mwananchi, any suspect, consider him as a felon. Mtu akiwa, mbona, like, let me give an example that people laughed. I was talking to some youth in our Catholic diocese. And, the topic came of, I was talking about how parents sometimes are so nagging to their kids. Unaambiwa watoto wako boarding school, alafu wanakuja, unasikia mtoto wako is among those who are fukuzwa shule, wakuja na mzazi. Then before you even go to school, you start lamenting and shout in front of that kid that no, it's not possible. My son can never be among those who have been expelled. Hapa mwalimu amemuonea. You are talking in the house, trying to prove to be a very good king in front of your wife and your child. Then when you go to school, you'll be shocked. Unashikwa na bubwazi, ukiambiwa kijana yako alipatikana na wale walikuwa wana pedal bangi kwa shule. You become such a stupid parent who thinks that this boy would have been able to pedal bangi in a way that you'll be able to know. You must be a fool. That you would know if he's doing what he is doing. You'd be a fool to do that. And that's why I agree with my parents the way they were. My parents ilikuwa ukisuspectiwa mtaani tu. Hata parent akiuja tu a complain. Baba nani, unajua alikuwa na land on me. Straight. Whether huyo mzazi, because he could not believe that out of all the other kids, ame pick up on one kid to say this kid amefanya hii na hii. There I agree with those kind of parenting. you know, that there is no way a school with 1,500 kids, then 10 of them are chased out of school for misbehavior. Then some of these 10 parents come up in arms without getting to understand what is happening. It's the same thing. For me, any suspect is somebody that I cannot go. You come, you tell me my son did this, I'll still go deep and assume he did it, and I go into counseling. That is my approach, because it's better prevention than cure. And when you are counseling him, it's not that you don't tell him, I know you did it. No. It is, son, even if maybe you never did it or you did it, unampatia you benefit of doubt, but unampatia the way forward, the guidance and all that, not lamenting and insulting mwalimu and all that. So in politics, for good leaders, because we have many, I've seen, like, when it's an MP, you have like 10 people who the community know very well. Making the choice, if you are using your head, it's so easy. But now they make the choice by Stone Pike anachota ngapi, Stone Pike anachota so tano. Na Jemu anachota ngapi, ngiri moja. Na Njiru alichota ngapi, ngiri moja so mbili. Na Nyakairo alichota ngapi, ngiri mbili. Bas, twende kwa Nyakairo. Then so the barometer they are using is who is chottering more, not knowing that the chottering, nobody chotters pesa yake ya kutafuta. You only chotter what you have stolen. That is what happens. Anyway, niwakaribishe Nyakairo na Jemo. Thank you so much. Karibuni kwa topic ya leo. Tunaendeleza kusema system ikiwa imefail ya IBC. Tunaulizana, na hiyo ni recipe ya anarchy. Yeah? So should we have an interim government formed in whichever way to restructure and put a system that Kenyans will trust? And then, of course, we have blood-based bromance is going on. Raila na Ruto wanaendelea kuvinjari huko coast. Wanaendeshana vizuri sana wakilambana lolo. Na ile mali ya Wakenya wamekula, you know. They are not even concerned about things like shisha and all that. They're just concerned about nonsense, okay? That is ongoing. And then, of course, a little later, we are supposed to look at the presidency of 3 candidates. Yeah? In the event, we have a system that we will think works. Then you have a candidate Omtata, you have Morara, and you have Jimmy Wanjigi. What do you think of these candidates? Because again, we will not get candidates from Utopia, we will not get candidates from Tanzania, Uganda, or anywhere else. They will have to come from among those Kenyans that have offered themselves. Okay? So we will want to begin to look at these candidates. Thank you.
Aya, sorry. Nani anasema? Ni Jemu ama ni Nyakairo?
Nilikuwa mahali nikafikiria nimeingia Bamunda Triangle kwenye hakuna network. So I thought it was me. Well, thank you guys, Stone PK, Njiru na Nyakairo. I know Kipa alikuwa hapo lakini akatoka. Hey man, hiyo state yenye nimeona leo tuko Kenya tuko mahali pabaya bwana. I saw where just leave alone Baba na Kasongo penye haka. Unajua those people have been together now for almost 5 months. Give it another 4 months wangekuwa wako na mtoto amezaliwa. So they are together. What is saddening is I read an article that I think it was, hivyo vile Stone PK amemaliza, do we need an interim government? Yeah, yes, I think we do. Do we need extreme different people? Yes, we do. Because when I saw mtu akisema anaenda benchmarking kwa ODM, I felt so sad because I wouldn't benchmark the same people that have betrayed Gen Z. I don't know if some of these things are just strategical statements, but you're not really, you don't mean what you say. But at this point, we need leaders that mean what they say. And what they say should not be more of just, titles, kukuja headliners. We are not looking for that. It's sad how the president is doing that, whatever he's doing. He's never in the office. And by the office, I don't mean being in the office in State House. State House is just a home. He's never in the office. Unaona the Mr. Yes Man siku hizi amefuata work ethics ya mdosi wake. They are just, hey man, nobody's working. The policy, I think we are making more policies that we are implementing. Kila siku, like we are all there doing inaitwaje, public opinion of am I popular? Why is my whatever they are doing is not out there seeing what the people want, because the people already told them what they want, but they are doing public opinion to see if their popularity is coming back. They know it's gone. They are not working. The president and the deputy is not working. Definitely, Raila, man, I said last week when Raila alianguka that Raila atakuja hapa na value yake itaenda juu. Sahi, these people, they are out there bidding. Who is the highest bidder for Raila? Ukisikia mambo ya kusema ati we are doing benchmarking. You know what Raila feels when everybody is looking for him? Ati nitaongea na Wakisii, nitaongea na nani? Raila has no interest in solving a problem of Kenya side. But guarantee you, I feel like his interest is to see how much of influence can he afford to dig deeper and acquire, as if he doesn't have influence. But now, Anna take the country hostile because he's the free guy. He's the idol guy. And they are bidding on him. Hiyo mambo ati na Omnyoro wasema ati ataenda benchmarking, Raila anatokea huko nasema he's open to everybody. He's not even addressing the issues that are facing Kenya. And I don't think he has any interest in addressing them. But since he's available and you guys will bow down for his attention, he's ready. That's what he's saying. He's open to anybody that will talk to him. He's just saying he's ready for you to bow down. You might bow down 9 times. Nyakairo, I bow down 10. Mimi ni bow down 11. Atena with whoever that's doing the most. But at the end of the day, Kenya's issues are not being solved. Ruto hayuko kwa ofisi. Anasema is in office, amekalia kiti, lakini kiti yake ni ile ya wale wachungaji wa Turkana wanatembea naye wakikalia huko kwa msituni. Like he's never in the real office where he needs to work. Where Kibaki used to sit down. Yeah? He's never there. So I agree with PK. We need an interim government, but we need to stay away. If we can use that or Munyoro to get people out, okay. But if he's benchmarking with Raila, the same Raila mwenye, what are you benchmarking in that when you are learning on how to betray Gen Zs? What's the benchmarking there? I mean, ni vile tulienda benchmarking Uganda to see how to stay in power for 30-something years. A country like Kenya going to benchmark in Uganda. For us to go and benchmark at ODM, who are right now sitting and smiling and eating with Kasongo, we are in trouble. We're in trouble. I was hoping for better approach. But if we can push Kasongo this far and only to go and dine with his accomplice, Kina Raila, then Kenyans really might not need even Wamunyoro, because he might take us back to the same the trio. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys feel, but yeah, we need a different strategy. Wamunyoro needs to say what he meant by benchmarking. We don't need to benchmark ODM. If you ask me, we don't. The country doesn't need ODM for anything. ODM needs the country. But we don't need ODM for anything. They are over there right now. So they're against the country. They are signing and voting for bills that are not the best interest of our nation. So we don't really ODM. They need us because we are, we are brothers. But ni ngumu Njiro. I don't know. Inanisikitisha kiasi. Ndaachia hapo for now.
Okay, sawa bwana Jemo. Nyakairo, umetoa point yako siku ya leo?
Bado Njiro.
Haya, weka point.
Na kusalimia sana. Nasalimia Jemo. Salimia PK ameondoka. Kiprio ameondoka. Comment section, habari zenu. Wakenya wenzangu, halipopote mko. Salamu nyingi. Yeah, this recipe for anarchy is too much. Na nitasema hii recipe ilianza zamani. We are the only people who are seeing bad things happening in our country. But those jambazis, they don't see anything going wrong in our country. Since the time we saw Raila and Ruto in Uganda with Museveni, I think we talked a lot, asking ourselves what is happening, what is all this going on. And it took us a surprise that it's just an invitation Raila got. I don't want to call him Baba because I don't have such a Baba. At least my Baba stands on right things and something sensible. Tukaona ameenda Uganda, wako huko. Kaambiwa amekuwa invited. Coincidentally, wamekutana huko. Not knowing that these people are really riding on one horse. Hao watu wametuchezea mchezo mrefu. Yaani mara unaona wametengana, ameenda huko kwa mlima na huyu mwingine ako kwa bonde. As if they will never meet. But they were just playing with our brains. And at this moment, we can conclude that these people have been together since then. Na kuna mtu alisema, and I hope this is correct, kwamba hata saa ile Ruto alichukua huo usukani, vile alichukua akanyakua kutoka kwa huyu Raila, it's like they had a plan of how they will be coming together in future. Wacha mimi nichukue kwa sababu si kupata, wacha nipigane nayo, nitajua vile nitakuleta tu polepole. Because when you look at the Ruto, how he went, and there are some allegation that he did not vote for Baba, for Raila, not Baba really. Let me forget about that. He did not vote for Raila in AUC. You see the games he has been playing. And there is something PK said. How can you be a politician who stole election and you want us to respect you? The other thing I want to add on that. Okay, play politics, lie to your opponent. Try to have so much so that you can win against your opponent. But remember, wananchi sio politicians. Wananchi wanakusikiza na vile utasema ndivyo watafuatilia. Na hizo vitu ambazo unasema basi ndio ushinde yule opponent, ujue zitakufuata na wananchi watauliza ziko wapi. Because that is why they listened to you, that is why they followed you. But you cannot come tell us that you are going to build a stadium, you are going to construct a dam, you are going to do all these many things, and then you don't even fulfill even one. Sasa ulikuwa unadanganya nani? You are not lying to the opponent. Ulikuwa unatafuta vikwazo vya kufanya umshinde huyo opponent. Lakini ulidanganya nani? Wananchi ambao ndio ulikuwa unatafuta na hiyo maneno mazuri ndio ushinde opponent. So what is your win? Who are you? How did you win? And if you win, why do you do things against what you said? This is why Kasongo will never be respected and we will never accept him. Because there are people who can use so many things, but at least after winning from the opponent, at least anajaribu kuwa mkweli, anajaribu we are human beings. We can understand whether things are becoming hard for you because of some reasons. And we can reason with you. But you cannot be a thief of everything. A thief of election, a thief of the country, a thief of everything that is manufactured in the country, and even a thief of people's life. It can't be. So mimi for sure, mimi nikiangalia Raila, ninaona tu these people were together since the word go. Hata hii mambo alikuwa anapeleka huko kotini. You know, we can come to conclude that they were just playing games because what are they there to lose? They have money, they have time, they have all these side shows, and they have all the time to talk on the TV. Sisi wananchi tuko busy, tunatafuta chakula ya kukula hatupati, tunatafuta pesa ya kwenda hospitali hatupati. We are busy. But these guys are reluctant. They have everything. They have money. They have everything. They have service. They have guards. They have good drivers. They have got homes to go, warm homes, and everything. Saa hizi mwananchi ni kusumbuka, anasumbuka. Na huyu mtu anazidi kutuambia nitatangaza a big announcement, breaking news, big announcement. For what? What are you going to announce at this juncture? Tukuelewe. There is nothing we are expecting. Ni hiyo tu shows, hizo dramas wanataka tu tuzione wakisimama hapo wote pamoja. Those are the things that will be making us glued on that runinga tuangalie. But Kenyans, don't waste your time. Don't wait for any breaking news announcement. What for? What announcement is going to help mwananchi at this juncture? Tumeumia ya kutosha. Na tumeona his ridiculous meetings going on, but we cannot break them. They are all together. They are eating together. And we have been saying, these people eat together. They dine together all the time. It's us. what matters. And the country, it's a much gift to us, not to them. For them is nothing. Hakuna kitu hawana. I will repeat again, these people have got everything. It's only that they want to show us that you have to follow what we say. And we are not ready for that. Hizi announcement tumezizoea. Tumefika mwisho. In fact, I was shocked. Huyu mzee amekaa huko Dubai. What was he not enjoying? Kama ni kinywaji atakunywa. Kama ni chapati atakula. Kama ni kulala atalala vizuri. Mkenya anakaa kule kwa giza, anakaa kwa baridi, ako na njaa. Ati hawa wanakaa huko tuongoje ati waseme kitu. Who are they? They are not our God. They are just human beings trying to punish everybody in Kenya. And that is what is going on. They are punishing us because they are able. Because they can do it however they want. Hakuna kitu kibaya ama kuwa sasa wanataka ati tuwe tumewazoea hivyo, tuendelee na shida zetu, tufifie, ndio waendelee kukula na waweze kutufanya slaves zao. Because all this money they are spending, they are using wherever they are. In fact, it is not their hard-working money. It's not hard work money. It's not their sweat. It's our sweat. We poor Kenyans. And that is why I feel so bad when they keep on doing like goons. Kama saa hiyo nilikuwa naona ati hapo wanajipanga vizuri sana ati fulani kuja hapa. Who are they? What are they doing? Surely when they are saying like that, somebody somewhere is crying, don't have money to pay for his medicine. Somebody is dying because there is no treatment, but they have all this time standing there ati muungano huo tuone hiyo picha zao. Vile wamenona, they are shining, wamedress, wako happy. How many Kenyans are going through all this pain when these people wanarundika hapo wakisimama kupigwa picha? Watuambie nini? What is more important than when people make progress of how Kenyans can live better life? All these pictures that they are trying to show us, what does it mean to us when we are so hungry and so in pain because of diseases? We cannot go to the hospital. Our children are not in school. But these people can afford to study there. Wanachekesha hiyo meno yao. Why can't people think that I am here for a season and I need to do the best I can to support the life of people who I lead? Hao watu waangalie, uende uchunguze pahali wametoka. Whether we have happy people where they come from. Whether there are no sick people where they come from. Whether there are people sleeping hungry where they come from. Whether there are people sleeping outside with no shelter where they come from. And yet these are people standing there. Ati hiyo ndio serikali ya Kenya. Ujika mtupu. Why? There is one thing I always look at. I compare these people with what they try to assimilate themselves. Ati wao ni kama inchi ya kigeni, inchi ya Amerika, sijui nini. I want to ask them one thing. Ni wapi huko wameona kama senator ako na gari, iko na bendera inakimbizwa ati serikali na watu wengine wanamfuata nyuma ni kama wanaenda sijui, wanaenda kumalizana huko. Where have you seen that? All these things that they are trying to promote in our country, spending money thriftily, no support for poor people, but for them to continue lavishly living in their own mansionette, very comfortably with their families. And now, hii ni kicheko wanatuchekea. Kutuonyesha ati wameungana, while you saw this mzee alisema ati no dialogue, na alikuwa anadanganya akina nani? Alikuwa anataka tumfanye nini? Tumpembeleze. Tumwambie usiende. That is his character. And in fact, if you go back and start looking how this mzee have attained all what he is right now, Huo ndio mchezo ule amekuwa nao. He don't want to carry the big burden, but he want to be there hanging on. That is exactly what it is. Na sasa ni nini anatuonyesha? Ni what kind of role model can he be to Gen Z, kulingana na vile aliwafanyia, kulingana na vile alifanyia watu wa Kenya. Badala twende next step, akaikatisha, ndio yeye aendelee kuwa ako na njia zake pekee. Yes dear.
Yeah, wewe umesema sasa utaki maneno ya haya Tuesday. See, I think that's what he is preparing for. Go ahead.
I don't think so. And if he says it, he better be there by himself and tell us how he's gonna do it. If he was to do it, already angekuwa ameangalia huyo mtu akamwambia, you know what, badala ya hii kicheko, you know, when somebody is serious of what he is looking for the betterment of the country, I don't think that is the style, the way he does. Hiyo mambo ya kuwa wanatuweka hohehahe namna hii, mtu shupavu, mtu ambaye anataka kuwa na nchi ambayo anataka kutuonyesha ati anaijali. There is no way of saying announcement na kesho tena aseme announce siku fulani, alafu tena aseme announce siku fulani. It is once and for all. Stand up and say enough is enough. I stand for my country and this is because now si ati ni mwanzo tumeanza watu kuwa na shida. Shida imekuwa hapo kutoka siku ile hii serikali ilichukua usukani. So there is no time of telling people ati I will make announcement. Unajua ni watu wangapi wanaumia? Unajua ni watu wangapi wanakufa saa hiyo unasema I'll make announcement. If only you stand on your ground and tell this fake regime, enough is enough. I'm not going to listen to you. We need to go this direction. Because they were the opposition. And then when he went there, he said he went with the agenda of Gen Z. Gen Z were not of that behavior. Gen Z had a different behavior, a good one, and a good way to lead the country. But he disconnected. So if you disconnected that, and you said you stand with what the Gen Z were thinking, what makes you feel comfortable every day nita make announcement? Tena hakuenda hapo Gen Z wa mtume kwa AUC. Alienda huko akafika akaanza kufikiria mambo ingine ya kwenda AUC. So the idea of what he said na mdomo yake hata sisi agenda ile tulikuwa nayo ni kama ya Gen Z. Gen Z hawakuwa wanaenda AUC. Gen Z were looking how the country can be stable for them to have employment and continue going for education and people get treated, everything go ahead as per the plan of a good governance. So he is not there to tell us Tuesday. I don't know if that one even can sound anything to anybody. People will just say, huh? Go ahead. Because who can we follow such kind of a person who disconnects a movement and then go start eating and enjoying life and making other strange moves from government to AUC? Yani, ebu jiulizeni, huyu mtu alienda na ajenda ya Gen Z vile alijisemesha hapo. Ndiye huyo ako AUC. Gen Z walikuwa siku gani wameagana habari ya AUC? So for me, this guy is a liar. It's also even more liar than even the one who he went to join. These guys know each other and their behavior cannot be divided. At huyu anakaa hivi, huyu anakaa hivi. They are just the same kind of characters, crooks who will never let us have peace in our country. Nitasimamia hapo. I'm still here. Guys, thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Aya, sawa Mama Mary, hiyo ni mzuri. Yeah, we appreciate. Yeah, that was a good introduction. The reason why maybe areas I bring you, the reason why Mama Nyakairo has taken time to explain hiyo issue ya mzee Raila. Ni Raila leo ameonekana huko Kisumu akiwa na gwaride kubwa sana, na alikuwa amesema amekutana na vijana, nimekutana na county, the usual way vile anasemanga. Alafu akasema tuko na tangazo, lakini kabla ya tufanye hiyo tangazo yetu lazima tuongee na Wakisii, lazima tuongee na watu ya Mlima Central, lazima tuongee na watu ya Ukambani, lazima tuongee na watu ya Northeastern, lazima tuongee na watu yote. So after sasa tumeongea na watu wote, next week tutakuja kupeana msimamo hapa. Na mimi kuna swali najiuliza, already Raila anakaa mguu mmoja iko pande ya Ruto. So ni consultation gani ingine anataka kufanya ili akuje kusema? I don't understand that, because mguu mmoja iko kwa serikali. Why is he not being quick enough to confirm his romance with Mr. Ruto that he has to come and become an agent of confusion, kusema ati anataka kuongea na watu wengine? So is he going to, because the obvious true reason ambaye atapata, people will be telling him don't work with Ruto, na yeye anataka kufanya kazi na Ruto. So what is he going to do as a consult? Ama ni mpango ya kutaka kuruka Ruto? Maybe Stone PK unaweza nijibu hiyo kabla tulete Eric kwa dakika moja. Why is Raila consulting, if I ask you, and his decision is known?
Eli amengoja sana. Eli, are you burning? You can give me a minute or you come in. Eli.
Go ahead first. Thank you.
Yeah, so that hata utabuild what to handle. I know you and I have a lot in terms of unwrapping the lies and the conning of our mzee. Njiru, that's a good question. And let me tell you, Njiru, and those who are watching and listening, I wish people would follow me, Matats Raila or Eli. Kitabu ya Raila tumemaliza, bro. Some of us who had reserved, you know, when Miguna alitoa akasema, tulifikiria, okay, unajua Miguna saa ingine aliruka mbele kabla, you know, watu hawajamaliza. Kitabu ya Raila tulimaliza. Saa hii, if you know how to read body language, Raila alipoland kutoka Addis, that was a spent cartridge. Kabisa, and I'm saying this from very objective observation. You know, like my dad, I give an example of my dad, who was a politician for a very long time. We saw him wearing out. He was those who are staunch, die-hard wa KANU. Unajua KANU ilikuwa ni kama chama cha nini ile ya Tanzania, ile inaitwa Chama cha Mapinduzi. Yani wakiingia mahali ilikuwa ni serikali. Those, yani like my dad and those guys, they would walk the country of Kenya. Ukikutana na yeye, yani unaona ni kama Yesu amekuja in terms of politics, because whatever they said was law, and they would use tricks. These are tricks unasikianga za Raila, like they would land a place, you know, and then promise things even before consulting. They would promise things off head, create suspension, and all. That was the flamboyance that was there. For those of you who may have missed the days of KANU. Now, Raila has enjoyed that flamboyance that whenever, even by him just appearing somewhere, the crowd would just gravitate. Even by just saying, "Aya," that would sway the crowd. Even by him kujipanguza ile jicho hivi, watu wanachukua ni swag. You know, even now the way he walks, hawajui ni challenges, wanachukua ni swag. That tells you how people have been swayed. Now, Raila had been, you know, kind of saying kesho nita, you know, ile creating weight, creating something, momentum. He doesn't know. Remember, he's very old now. Na saa ingine, you know, brain even grows older than the body, for your information. And sometimes it's vice versa. There are those people who grow old body-wise, but the brain remain very whatever. Those of you who know that science, they know. Unaona mtu hata wa miaka 50 something akipigwa na hiyo maneno ya brain, ndiye anapigwa na hizo mavitu zingine kama dementia na the rest. So inakuwa hivyo. Raila ujue pia brain imezeeka. Ako tired. He still stuck and believes that he can pull the crowd. He has not hajashika kwamba amemaliza kadi zote. All the tricks, all the lies are gone. That Kenyans cannot wait for anything from him. Because as a Njiro and all those who are listening, what news would you wait to hear from Ruto? And umeuliza vizuri sana. I mean from Raila. Ati akuja atuambie ameconsult watu wote na wamesema support Ruto. Or ameconsult watu wote wakamwambia support Ruto. Now, you and I and everybody, anybody who is sharp, you know how much deep Raila has gone. Yani amepakwa matope, na kupakwa matope ni kulambishwa lolo. He has been bribed, given money, given everything, so much such that if he tries to betray Kasongo, ndiye atajua ajui. This you can take to any bank. Kasongo sahi atapita na anybody. Atapita na anybody ambaye amekula hela zake. If you want to, you doubt, uliza Chesoni. Not Chesoni, Chebukati. If you doubt, ask Chebukati. Mpigie simu mahali yuko. So Raila playing around with Ruto, ati hivyo watu wanasema ati hata Ndora na disagree na yeye ati Raila ndiye ataangusha Kasongo. Nothing. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Raila meno zake zimemalizwa na Kasongo. The way tunawanga nyoka meno. So he's just trying to, float here and all that. And don't be surprised. Akizunguka akwambie, watu wamemwambia asaidie Ruto because Ruto amekubali, watakuja na maneno ya compensation na all those kind of things. He will give you all those stories and figures for you to samehe. Remember, Gachagua even in his talk yesterday kwa TV, saying that Raila si mbaya, hakuna kitu, hata Wakikuyu mlima haina shida na Raila, kwa sababu Raila hakuna kitu mbaya amefanya. When the whole country is saying Raila did something very bad because of blood ya Gen Z. Look at what we are talking about here. Kenyans have not forgotten. So Raila is doing, all what he is doing is nonsense. People should not even bother. Atiana consult, that's garbage. Eli.
Erikana.
Kabla Eli akuje, are you satisfied Njiro?
Mimi kuna kitu nataka unieleze hapo. I want you to help me understand. Why is he taking Kenyans stupid? Because mimi, and I saw him with a very big conference. Because hiyo ndio kitu sikuwa naamini. Very big conference hapo, watu wako kabisa na wanasikiliza akisema I will announce next week. We already know his decision is closer to Ruto or is closer to Ruto, but why does he, like, let me ask you, why is he consulting all the communities? Because alitaja communities zote, alisema hata kwa Wakisii anaenda.
That's for optic. Hata hiyo crowd ni wajaka wake hao, which those one will always go around him. They have no choice. Na hiyo ndio unaona hiyo region pia itakufa maskini ajabu. I'm telling you, that region, no wonder Kenyatta nini, because they don't see anything beyond him. Even when he's in the grave, they will still be gravitating around the grave, crying mayo. Yeah. There is nowhere he will go. Ati Kisii anaenda. Kisii already ashaambiwa huko ni tawe. Abstract tawe. How can even Kisii talk?
Alisema mpaka kwa Wakikuyu anaenda. He is going to consult Kikuyu.
That's just saying. You will get some people you will sit around with nini, unaona. So you can still have audience.
Can we say maybe Ruto want to use him to try and see how many people he can confuse in other places where Ruto has been rejected?
Yes, but how many? What are the numbers like?
Let's say maybe Ruto amemwambia sasa wewe jaribu kupenetrate because Wakisii ni kama wataki story yangu. So maybe part of the alliance is to use Raila to penetrate the places which have rejected Ruto.
So Njiro, wewe from Mulima wewe, what would wewe sahi Mulima na watu wako in that village of yours, would you be able to convince them ati sasa Raila ametumwa na Ruto mumudhikirie Ruto te horivo Sasa can you imagine? Utapigwa na mawe bro.
Anyway, I understand. I think the man is trying to build his relevance in the sunset years. I don't think he will. I don't think even Kenyans will be able to support that. But it is so unfortunate that all politicians are still glued at him. They don't see. Even Gachagua trying to mention him in flowery colors and thinking that anaweza kuja kujaziria Mutungi. I think it also does not make sense. I hope they will be able to build up something more than that. Bwana Eddie, na kama unatusikia, open up your mic. We are speaking because your mic is mute. Eli Kana, Eli? ELLY, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Okay, I have nothing much to say because a lot of the stuff that you guys have said, even though some I don't agree with, I appreciate the comments. I wanted to make 2 or 3 points. Number one is that the fight between Mr. Gachagua and Mr. Ruto and the Supreme Court, and how Ruto will respond to that. The Supreme Court, we already know that was captured and it's very corrupt. And I don't have any sympathy for the Supreme Court of Kenya because we all know the history of the Supreme Court since the Constitution was changed. I really don't have any sympathy for this particular court. And I can even say that comfortably that Smoking Wanjala and Njoki Ndungu, those two are probably the worst of the judges that I know of the Supreme Court. But those are my personal comments, because this goes on record as people who have been bribed in the Supreme Court at various times, and Mr. Ruto's, one of Ruto's lawyers and person who supported him very much in the last elections, Ahmed Nasir, has issues with the Supreme Court because he has brought them out as a very, very stinking court. And even though I don't agree with Ahmed Nasir's history, but he has provided evidence that that court is not worth its name. So I really don't care about the Supreme Court, what happens to it, or whether they continue as members of the 7 members of the bench. Of course, there will be a constitutional crisis, and that's a very important thing to think about. I think that Mr. Gachagua's last interview was pathetic, because this guy should now start, he should employ some coaches to coach him how to respond to questions in an interview and when to stop, because he's giving the Ruto man too much leeway in the way he's talking in these interviews. I think he's being unfair to himself and to Kenyans, because some of the comments he made about the Supreme Court and linking to the people of Mount Kenya is very, very unfortunate, because honestly, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. Most Kenyans will not even know who is the president of the Supreme Court, and I wonder why this man is now whipping emotions amongst the people of the central or the Mount Kenya region. I think he should stop. I think he should exercise his freedom of speech, yes. But if he considers himself a statesman, he should maybe just commit himself to what he wants to say, but not to try and bring us into at CG. This tribe is being affected by the actions of Mr. Ruto. We personally, we probably know, as much as he knows, the capture of the Supreme Court. And at this time, he needs to realize where he was before the elections of 2022 and just after, and how the Supreme Court conducted itself. My second point is about political parties. There are around 90, or I think 91 properly registered political parties in Kenya. Why would someone like Gachagua want to launch another political party? I think that my advice to Mr. Gachagua is that defecting from UDA is okay, and it's quite understandable because of the way he was mistreated. But I think he should look for a political party that is already in existence. And if he does this, then at least Kenyans will know, like instantly, what kind of politics we are expecting before or after the elections. I don't think that starting a new political party will change anything. But I think that if he joins, even if it's like a mundane political party, or even a big name in politics like Martha Karua, or those Western people, or any political party that has most supporters in Luoland or Northeastern, I think this will be a good thing for him to do. Personally, I think that Mr. Gachagua is a very, very arrogant man, and his arrogance can only just be compared to that of Mr. William Ruto. I think Ruto is more arrogant, to be honest. But Gachagua and Ruto are that special type of people. They cannot help themselves to tone themselves down. They're not as moderate and tactful as they should be. And I think that's really, really dangerous for Mr. Gachagua. Ruto is known. His track record is known. When you poke him a little bit, he can be extremely dangerous. We all know that one of Mr. Ruto's lawyers at the ICC, something happened to him. We know that. And we know the track record of Ruto in terms of the witnesses. We know that a lot of people disappeared. Why would someone like Gachagua think that what Ruto is suspected of having done to these people cannot happen to him? I just think that Mr. Gachagua needs to be very tactful. Maybe he needs to use his emissaries when he is doing his groundwork to find out what are the security issues, what is it that he should say, when to say it, should he read from a speech or not. But at the moment, I think it's just a profound carelessness the way he's talking, because he's making people think that he's a tribalist, now confirming. Me, I didn't think that he was, because I believe that every African person, national and ethno-national identity is quite important, especially language. But now that he's now talking, trying to link what is happening to the Supreme Court judge president of the Supreme Court, and those tribal sentiments, those are just now making it more difficult for Mr. Gachagua to come out as a defender of common sense and democracy and the things that we hope that can change Kenya in the years to come. I find that now he is making those people confirm that he's a tribalist. And this is very unfair. We already know what has happened to Kenyans in that part of the country. Their economy used to be performing very well in terms of agriculture, coffee and tea. And now they're struggling. And their struggles can only stop if they have leaders who are ready to represent them in the right way, because the ones that they have now, I think, and I don't like this idea of kinship. An idea of kingpin. But I think that Central Province really, really needs someone else who can steer the ship for that region before it's too late. I just don't know who. But that person can work with young people and progressive leaders from other parts of the country. Raila Odinga, that's my third reflection on what is happening in Kenya today. Raila Odinga did what he did, and he failed to gain the post at the AU. So that one is something that is done and it's gone. So whatever happens now between him and Mr. Ruto, this honestly, how will it bring bread and butter to the table? Whatever happens, and we know it's going to happen, it's not going to fix the problems facing ordinary Kenyans. And it's going to happen. So, why are we obsessing with a person who is really not involved now in the everyday running of the things in Kenya? He's not involved. These people are together in business. And that's number one of everything that we know about them. So why are we even pretending that Mr. Odinga's comments next week, whichever speech he makes, will affect whatever happens in 2027 and thereafter? It will not, because the media are telling you that Mr. Odinga is so important that whatever he does will affect how society is run. Why? It's because the media are not giving him a blackout. They're not giving all these stupid political leaders a blackout. If they did that, which now is a very, very plus for new media, social media and platforms such as this, take advantage of the fact that the mainstream are talking nonsense and it's the usual status quo. It is the chance for us to find very, very powerful constructive ways of saying this is what is probably going to happen before 2027, and this is how people are going to do this. We should not be afraid to imagine the impossible, but to let the mainstream media be the people that we're looking at and thinking, Atisji, Raila this, Raila that. I don't agree with. Me, I don't think that we should obsess about Mr. Odinga. I don't think it's a good thing, because it's the media No, these guys have a department, each of the mainstream media, that just deals with Mr. Odinga. Like every single day, they must find a story about him so that people are interested in the footprint of readers or people watching TV or so on, in terms of an issue about Mr. Odinga. So we are part of the problem, yes, but definitely the media is the big problem here because they're the ones pushing this agenda. And now we believe it. And now they're playing us, the political class. I don't believe that Mr. Odinga is the principal, item for the nation to progress at the moment. I think that we are past Mr. Odinga, and we should just let him move aside. If the media doesn't want to give him a blackout, we must find a way to give him a blackout. Honestly. An 80-year-old man that now we're still running around hoping that he says something that we like next week. No. So please, my personal opinion that we're taking too much of our, important energies to speak about a person who he does not care right now about what happens to the people of Kenya in terms of changing the regime or reforming the constitution. Right now, as you know, today, we heard that he went and did some consultative tours in Nyanza. Who are these people who they were talking to? If you, I can tell you that the so-called Council of Elders, Luo Council of Elders, this thing called Luo Council of Elders is a lot of rubbish. We don't have a Luo Council of Elders that was appointed by the Luo people. That's completely, these people, they go bonkers, because there was no such thing that the Luo population were asked to involve themselves in choosing a leader, or leaders, the Council of Elders. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hizo ni urongo zile za zamani. Danganya toto jinga. Hata zile zenu mnaita sijui wale njiru cheke, sijui njiru cheke, wale watu wa Coast wako na yao. Ati nini?
In Meru is Jurincheke. Then in Kikuyu community is Kiama Kiama. Then
yes.
in the coast inaitwa the Kaya.
Yes.
The Kaya. So our umewarabish kabisa.
Completely.
Mbona unaacha mila bana na hao watu ndio wamekuwa
no. Please let me talk. There's no mila there. Hakuna culture hapo. Those are not cultural things. We know this. You know it. I know it. Those are not cultural things. These things started the other day. During Moi's time, there was no such nonsense. Because people knew who the leader was. Okay, he was an autocrat, a dictator. We don't have those cultural fiefdoms the way they have them in historically like places like Uganda, countries like Uganda or Swaziland and the Lesotho Kingdom. And we can say it's cultural, but on the one hand, we want democracy. And these people are not democratic at all. Even those Council of Elders at the OSG, we are appointing this person to be our kingpin. During elections, they will invite leaders because they want money. So they will invite Raila Odinga to Sijui Machakos, Kitui, maybe Central, and then utaona anapatiwa kofia nyingine hapo na mshale, ati sasa yeye ni mtu wa sijui Cheke, all those ceremonial things. Look, it's a waste of time. China, they're inventing things, and that's we're here with Council of Elders. It's a lot of rubbish. And this is me, who is a very, very pro-culture person. Those elite cultural things, we should face them out, because those are the people who are determining how our so-called democracy works. Ati wakishaongea hivi, media inaenda huko kwao, wanasema ati hao sasa ndio wamesema. Ati Raila himself said today, if I had that clip very well, ati I have gone to the Luo Council of Elders. Who told you to go there? Who told you? Ati those people represent us. How do they even represent us? How? Ati someone just decides that there are some people who represent Luos at this G cultural figures. No. So hiyo ndio shida tena tuko nayo, na hii story ya huyu mzee ati sasa yeye ndio tuangalie shida zake kila wiki kila siku, ati sijui ndio tuseme ati Mr. Ruto atafanya hii atafanya. Let them do what they like. I don't care. But what we know is that this country will change. Kenya will change. The revolution is not even suspended. People are trying to find different ways of changing this country, and it's going to happen. Me, every day I shout here about trade unions and until you guys get tired, but I believe that that's one of the ways that will change the country. So the issue of political parties, going back to that, it's a very, very problematic issue, because those ones were captured a long time ago as well. And the MPs, they keep making noise, making us believe that it is because of them that a politician can garner votes in whatever region at the presidential. That also should is one of the things that's going to end. Yani hii kitu ati tulikuwa tunasema zamani ati so MP is from this area, is going to mobilize this community so that the candidate of presidential elections gets a vote. All those things will be vanquished. I believe this. I believe that the young people don't want that nonsense. So the last point I want to make is what we are speaking about here every day. All of us, in fact, we're trying to identify who are these young people? Who are these people? We need to make noise and find out who are these people who are ready to change the country. If they make some stupid mistakes, like that guy SG Kasam Wells G what, there's another guy from Kisi, Morara, let them make mistakes, because that's the way we'll know them. But let's work with them. Even there was this girl, there was one girl who really, really impressed me during the revolution last year. A 17-year-old girl, the one who said that Baba asitoke asikuja kwa street. Does any one of you remember her? She was only 17.
Yeah, nakumbuka.
Yeah, I think she was from somewhere in Central, but that doesn't matter. But she was very, very articulate. She went into, she was invited by a couple of TV stations. She was nearly a celebrity at the time. And afu, yeye alikuwa one of the few in the revolution who were saying, guys, now it's time we have a leader. And me, I'm not going to lie to you, but I will want to stand for a parliamentary constituency position. She said it at one stage. I will want to do that, you know. So, wow, wakampigia makelele, wakasema to you, you're a sellout because you are talking about leadership. So, these young people, at the moment, mi nakuwa very confused. Sijui wanataka nini. sijui wanataka nini. Na hao mayouth wale ambao wako na parents and guardians, nafikiri pengine parents na guardians ndio either wameogopa ama hawataki kuongea na hao vijana. They should be like Mr. Muturi, Justin Muturi went and defended his son. And Justin Muturi is in government. You know, he has spoken openly that these young people should have a voice, you know. And I think that the rank and file of parents and, guardians of these young people should now come out in the open and say, push this thing now, because we already know that Parliament was desecrated by the security forces. No media house, even new media, wants to talk about who did what when those young people were killed in Parliament. Who did what? There are big questions. There are conversations about how members of Parliament, some of them were armed. There are conversations about who gave the orders for people to get shot on the grounds of Parliament. But there's no media house saying that we need to be done about this. What will the inquiry look like? Or is it even an inquiry? But we need an answer to these questions. We should be saying that the way our country, we always tend to push things under the carpet. Now we should do the opposite. Because I'll give you one last example, and I'll end my remarks there. A major example. After those people died in 2007, 2008, the post-election violence, we did not want to talk about it anymore. Now, we should be doing the opposite. When things like this happen, we should be making it part of our constant debate every day. In fact, I had someone saying here last week, and it was a very good statement. Someone said that going forward, when these campaigns start, or when these rallies to change the country continue, one of the things that the proponents for change should do is that wanakuja na picha za wale ambao waliuliwa. Gachagua himself, his strategists should do that. Wanaleta hizo picha kwa hizi rallies, wanaziweka hapo, watu waone. Hao ndio wale vijana walikufa June 25th, 2024. Do you know how that alone can change the country? Because what we are used to is we had post-election violence, we forgot about it. But now we can say that these things that have affected us in the last couple of months and last year especially, tuonyeshe hizi picha, international media, local people, wanakuja wanaona, wanasema, hey, na huyu ndio mtu anadanganya hapa kila siku, tulishasahau ati yeye ndiye aliua hao vijana. So I think that we should be more direct, not subtle, and disable the way this regime works, because at the moment they're laughing at us. Alafu ya mwisho, the country is broke. It's broke. So hata Raila akipatiwa kazi ya aina gani, yeye ndiye ataleta pesa, yeye ndiye sasa the country is very broke. Ruto borrowed loans there from Dubai, UAE, and you know the story. So the country is very broke, and thank you guys. Let's keep the fight. Cheers.
Okay. Sawa, Eli, I think your discussion was quite elaborate. Wewe umeimiza ya kwamba we should ignore people like akina Raila Odinga. They have no space for New Kenya. I think you are thinking it's a bit radical. Maybe no one that has to pay. I think you are thinking it's a bit radical, but it's okay. Maybe you feel the new Kenya where other people should be calling the shots, not the usual clandestine corner. Aya, we shikilia hapo. I think we understood you. So I think tutakaribisha mwalimu.
In fact, ngoja hata vile umesema New Kenya, sijui hiyo moto ndio umpatie nani Gachagua and his group. New Kenya, that's enough, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, wewe nimeona utaki mambo mingi. Stone, kwani unataka kureact before we get neurotic Kenyan, alafu turudi back to akina Jemu na Nyakairo?
No, nataka kuleta mwalimu on that note ya nani ya Eli. You know, it's good when something could spike. I know you are saying Eli is radical, but hii radical iliingia tarehe 25, only that we are ignoring. We are not having the old country. Tuliruka kitambo. Hiyo parliament tulichoma. I mean, it happened, only that we are trying to bury the head in the sand. It was done. What Gen Z did, and it is in the mind. You see, the problem, that spirit is in the mind. The spirit, you can't drive it. We have written off the Railas and the rest. Wisha. So actually, the radical bit of it happened on the 25th, and we moved over. We are on that other side already. Mwalimu can come in.
Hi, good morning, afternoon, night, from wherever you're watching from. Thank you, Njiru and Stone PK, Ellie, Cairo, and Jemu. Well, I believe maybe I might have a different opinion from the way we are maybe taking this issue. I don't know, Stone PK, as I continue narrating my points, there's a clip I've sent you. I want you to put for me so that I continue putting it. I don't know whether you are able to do it.
I can do it if you give me a minute.
Yeah, as I continue talking, ukiweka tu ntanyamaza ni ndio tusikie the direction which we need to take. And I believe maybe that guy was prophesying to Kenyans. He didn't know, or maybe knew what was going to happen. And that's why I'm saying I'm taking, we are in the same page, but I'm taking a different direction. So don't, najonga watu sometimes ukiongea wanaona ni kama you're supporting somebody ama you are out of order. I'm in order, you know my stand. Wakina Njiru na Stone PK, you know I'm on ODM, but nilisema nataka kuiua kutoka ndani. But as we continue kuiua kutoka ndani, things are not that easy. You know, it's not easy. I know you moved. Okay, maybe we can listen to that and then I'll speak. Yeah, I'll continue as you continue putting it, and it's okay. Ikilord nitaacha. So why am I saying that I'll take a different direction? I don't want us to undermine or underestimate the effect.
The narrative we need to be discussing about the future of our country is how we handle corruption and how we create an integrity system of managing our country so that the resources God has given us can benefit our children and our children's children. Now, instead of having that conversation, the artists, the political artists who want to avoid that conversation, they come up with all manner of excuses. Oh, there are people who hate me called deep state, and you sit with them daily. So when do they become deep? When they are with you or when they are not with you? So look, forget about this. we run an open, transparent, accountable government. Our president, my boss, told you earlier that the narrative we need to be discussing about the future of our country is how we handle corruption and how we create an integrity system of managing our country so that the resources God has given us can benefit our children and our children's children. Now, instead of having that conversation, the artists, the political artists who want to avoid that conversation, they come up with all manner of excuses. Oh, there are people who hate me called deep state.
Thank you. I believe Stone PK, especially those who are now experts in this political analysis, you've picked more than 5 points from there. And from what Matiang'i was saying is exactly what you put to us on your topic, failed systems. And that is what Matiang'i is saying, that we need to put up a system that is going to guide us. And that's why I say that it's the same script, but different casting. Same script, and whatever we are saying is the same, but I'm trying to cast it in a different way. I say that let's not underestimate Raila's effect. Once I said here that Raila losing or winning AUC will still have an impact in Kenyan politics. For me, one, I wanted him to go to AUC so that we can have new crops of leaders in Kenya. We can have a new ODM. We can have a new way of doing things in Kenya without having that effect of Raila. And the other part, I wanted him to fail so that he can come and help Kenya. But I'm disappointed that both of them ni kama niliangukia patupu. I thought him failing atakuja tusaidie as GNC ama revolution yenye alikuwa ameanzisha itaendelea kuban, but you are seeing what is happening. Amerudi na anaendelea kushikana na Ruto. So I believe now tuko pamoja mpaka hapo. And why I'm saying we should not underestimate Raila's effect, because we are seeing what is happening. You can see ODM is rejuvenating in different parts. Mali inakuanga na wafuasi wake. Uliona wameenda Mombasa, you've seen how those guys are talking. Wameenda Kisumu, you've seen how these guys are talking. And you see, those are some of the what wenye watasaidia Kasongo, and especially Stone PK, mlikuwa na Njiro najuanga mnasema if there was a way to hii kitu ingeanguka tu tukue na especially what you have put here tuweka system yenye maybe akiateka yenye itasimamia paka 2027 tukue na election nzuri. And these guys you see hata watupeleki hapo, because wakijoin hands means we might not have a good caretaker government. Na hii caretaker government, I don't know ni nani tunaweza weka hapo, because you've seen ni kama watu wote especially you guys vile mmeongea ni kama we don't have an option. Eli Eli alikuwa hapa na alikuwa anasema ni kama hatuna option saizi, everybody ni kama hakuna. So that's why sometimes tunasema ama tuweke hata kama ni Morara. There's somebody who was saying that we need to put hata kama ni mtu mpya make mistakes the way Eli was saying. Let these people make mistakes, but at least watu guide njia ingine yenye inaweza tusaidia. So what am I trying to say? If we underestimate the effect of akina Raila na Ruto, tutafika 2027 na jamaa watapita tu wakienda. And I thought we could come up with a system yenye PK unasema yenye tunaweza pita katikati yao, the way Kalonzo says, tupite katikati yao. By the time wanakuja kurealize wapate that hii kitu iko ni ngumu, they cannot penetrate it. In which way are we going, which system are we going to craft? Na umeona Matiang'i vile amesema, let's craft These are politician artists. They keep on crafting things, and that's why mamali maybe tunafika ni kama tunawachwa nyuma. So as we continue discussing here, we need to have also some crafters. These things this point tunasema hapa, tuone how we can come up with a system, we can come up with ideas zenye zinasaidia, especially what Eli was saying. Kama tunaenda hii mkutano tunabeba wale watu wenye walikuwa wameuliwa, the agencies walikuwa wameuliwa, na tunaenda kwa meeting, you don't talk, just carry it. You just attend their meetings, enda tu attend meeting yao, but unaweza enda na hiyo kipande na hiyo kitu umebeba bana, na unasema ati justice for kama kuna mtu alikuwa amekufa, those agencies auongei, you don't say anything, you don't even tukani wafanye kitu yote, but you just carry it na umeenda meeting yao, they will be reading it. Yeah, so those are some of the strategies zenye tunasema we need to start having. We craft things zenye zinaweza fanya watu waanze kufikiria mara mbili. You know, for them they will see it na wataanza, ama they were supposed to speak to people, but wanakiangalia hiyo kitu inawakumbusha. So that's why I'm saying we don't underestimate these guys, because they are political artists. They are able to come up with their way of doing things. Number two, what I say that I thought Raila angeanguka angekuja join hawa watu wengine, but we are seeing what is doing, and you've seen ni kama ameanza kuchukua Kenya, ni kama sasa political shifters has come back to Kenya, and you are seeing what is happening now. Umeanza kuona ni kama kila mtu ameanza kuongea. Gachagua juzi ndio anasema ana shida kufanya na kazi na Raila, na sisi tulikuwa tunasema ni kama political lifeline ya Raila ni kama imeenda oblivion, but you can see ni kama kila mtu saizi ameanza kumpigania. Ruto ndio huyo anataka kumwacha, ameshika shati na the way PK umesema akishika ni Nyakaira amesema huyu mtu I think Nyakaira ama Stone PK somebody alisema ati huyu mtu ukikula pesa yake hata kuacha, na that's why unaona Ruto amemshikilia ataki kuacha huyu Raila. So why is he holding on him? It means kuna kitu anaweza msaidia. The same way Gachagua alitoka na akatoka na umati wa watu fulani. I thought Raila naye angekuja naye atoke na watu. Unajua angedestabilize kama the same way Gachagua ameenda hivi. Na Raila tungesema angekuja tu asema I don't want to join. Nataka kukua na watu wangu. I want to, kama ni ODM nataka kuifanya ikuwe strong. I want it to be a part. I gave you these experts, the four experts wenye mko nao. Wacha waendelee kufanya kazi kwa government. But sasa mimi wacha nikuje kwa ODM nitengeneze ikuwe strong. Naanza kutengeneza ODM ikuwe strong. Awachane na wale experts. Wale experts wache kuongea maneno ya Ruto. Waongee maneno ya kama ni Wandai aongee maneno ya electricity, kama ni Joho tuambie mining, waache kukampenia Ruto. You see, this is the politics nilikuwa nataka Raila akikuja na yeye akuwe na base yake, the way Gachagua as base yake na afanye akuwe nayo kando, aseme okay, we gave you these experts, let them help you, but kama kusaidii sisi tuko hapa tu tunongojea. And that is the politics nilikuwa nafikiri Raila anakuja nayo Kenya na ingetusaidia. And that's why I'm saying let's not underestimate this person, because sorry, cinnamon water. Stone PK uko on?
For tomorrow, yes.
Your mic is on. Okay, thank you. So ndio nasema tuanze kufikiria how do we counter this wave ya Raila yenye imeanza kukuja, because now from this week and next week ni kama everything watakuwa wanaongea ni Raila, ni kama kila mtu ameshift. And that's why nilisema last time wakati Raila alikuwa anaenda AUC, I thought wakina Kalonzo wangeshikilia hiyo kitu wachukue na impact ikuje. Sasa wangekuwa wamegain ground. And Njiru, this is where I agreed with you that Matiang'i ile space yenye ilikuwa imewachwa angekuja tu aichukue na ashike ground, saizi angekuwa kama Gachagua. Unaona Gachagua vile ana kaspace kake, ana clout yake. Matiang'i naye angekuwa na clout yake hapo, ingekuwa imekimbia sana. Kalonzo naye angekuwa ameshikilia kitu fulani, ingekuwa imeendelea. You see all these guys, wakati huyu alikuwa ameenda, wangekuwa wameshika. And I like the way Wamnyoro alikuwa ameanza, hata alikuwa amesema ataenda hata ataenda Western, ataenda Nyanza, ataenda, and you saw wakati alienda Western what he did. Alienda akaongelesha nao watu, wakaanza kuambia nyinyi mtadanganywa, mimi nilikuwa na huyu mtu na wadanganya. And exactly what Wamnyoro has said, it has come to pass. Anaingia, anaharibu chama yenu, mnamjoin, yeye akishapata what he wants anakuruka. Please ODM, mkiendelea kuingia kitu kama hiyo nduko ndani na mjoin hands with this person the same way Gachagua alifanywa, mtakuja kufanywa. So at least if it's possible, let this ODM ikue ni party yenye imejisimamia, iendelee kufanya vitu zao, forget about the experts wenye walipatiana na hao watu. And lastly, the way Karua said, alisema if your leg is inside, please put all your legs inside, not one na ingine uache huko nje, like what is doing. Mimi niliwaambia niko ODM, but I don't like the way Raila does things. Aingie broad based na atuambie mimi niko ndani, akiingia ndani then we know how to deal with him, but sasa atujui ako huko. And that's what Senator Nyonga was saying recently, that ajui sasa kama ako kwa government ama ako kwa opposition. Sometimes he doesn't know how to the deliberate issues za Kenyans, because ajui kama ongea kama opposition ama ongea kama government, because ajui. So this confusion is one of the thing Matiang'i unaona anatuambia can we make sure that we bring ama we put up systems zenye inaenda tusaidia. So what I'm saying, Stone PK, in simple terms, let us not underestimate the effect of Raila. Tunaweza kusema ati hakuna impact, na unaona watu wa ODM wameanza kuingia ndani na wameanza kujoin from especially coast. Umeona what has happened Kisumu, we don't know what will happen, na tutafanya kama mchezo hivi tupate Ruta ameshika some regions, na regions wenye atakuwa ameshikwa na ndio hao ndio wanaweza tushinda. But one thing I like, Gen Zs wamesema wanashika ID cards, na wakishika ID cards they are able to do something. So one of the thing yenye nasema the way forward, if the Gen Zs na milima wakishikana vizuri na washike hizi card, ID cards, alafu wapige kura vizuri, hata hao watu wakishikana, let's say tumeregister new Gen Zs, I'm saying Gen Zs hawa wenye wako below maybe 22 kuja chini, tuseme wako around 7 million, na tusema wote wanapigia candidate wenye wanataka. So ni kama we have 7 million kwa basket moja, and then you look for other kidogo ya millennium, utapata umefika karibu 15, 16, 17, 20 million. So that is one of the strategy nasema tunatakana tutafute, lakini we need to know how to dismantle this ODM. Hata kama niko huko, sisi tunaendelea ku dismantle tukikuwa ndani. Thank you. Njiru, if you are there, ama kina Jemo, anybody mwenye anataka kuendelea, ni kama ako karibu ya Cairo, you can take over. Ama huyu ni nani?
Alex,
you can join. Alex, you can take over.
I think I want to be short. My remarks recently are very controversial, na watu wengi ni kama hawanipendi na hawatanipenda. But the issue of saying that Raila's one foot is here and here is a total lie. Raila is in the government. Let nobody lie to you that Raila will come out of where he is. History shows how he makes deals. Unlike 2002, the scenario is different. And I keep on saying, when I read what I hear from the ground, apart from what you see, when Trump was elected first, there was that thing you hear the political analyst wants to tell you in the media. But then again, when you talk to the white people, there was something you are hearing from what they were saying. So even today, there is something in the ground in the Luo Nyanza, and something else they are saying in the social media when they are with others. So least we take what is being said in the social media for cohesion and believe that is what is going to happen. ODM is in the government, and it has invested so much to a point that anybody thinking that Baba was coming to join Gachagua and other people to remake Kenya something different, I think that is beyond comprehension. The day Raila said, Ruto anaenda wapi? That statement and the tone he used and his body language, you could tell that this is a foregone conclusion. Ruto anaenda wapi? That's what he asked us. Ruto anaenda wapi? That was a good question politically that until today we don't want to answer. We want to use our emotions and our perspective and our political needs. Even me, I am there in that, in that perspective that I keep on saying, why don't he do this? Like we are taking our emotions on what we want, and we want to push Raila to us. Raila left us long time ago. His point of departure was the NADCO report. And do you remember when one of the judges in the courts rubbished the NADCO report, how Raila replied very quickly before his announcing of the AUC seat? Do you remember that? Put that clip once in a while so that it can remind you. He asked the court, and the court kept quiet. To date, the judge who tried to dismiss the NADCO report is silent. And if you look, what is in the NADCO report is the IBC. It was not even, when we were going for the negotiation or the round table as we called it, it was because of the food prices. It was because of the energy prices. It was because of the school fees. Our kids were not able to go to school. If you remember what at that particular time, when they had removed subsidies, how it was so bad to everybody. But when they came to negotiate, the number one thing was simply the seat of the opposition and the NADCO report, which particularly emphasized on one thing, the IEBC. And if you look, the approach to IEBC, mara iko, mara haiko. The other day it was activated again, but it's so silent. You never know if we have IEBC or not. And if we have, it's in the hands of these two men. And they have a plan. So let us not be lied to ati tulifikiria akirudi atakuja kwetu. If we had finished that conversation and knew that the guy is not coming to us, we could have moved ahead. Now, my fear, and this is to Njiru again. Njiru, I want to go. I re-listened to that clip again, and I was laughing when Rick G was doing his maths, okay, and he said, "Huyu ni hivi, huyu ni hivi." When he reached to Raila, passionately saying, he even looks even more what? Go listen to the word he said, more interesting. And he said this, his pattern of voting is usually at 10, 11 a.m. And he has already 6 million votes. That is Gachagua telling us. He's lying to people that Raila still has 6 million votes. So if we put a little bit of his to what we already have, anasema that Raila will become a president before he votes at what? At 10. You know, I really listened to that 4 times to ask myself, that man is a master of language. If there is a reason why he's a polygamist, it's because he knows how to seduce. And if I was a woman, I would not escape his seduction politically. I'm talking about a woman political. I'm comparing. So what I'm saying is this. If you look at the narrative that is being brought, even to the mountain right now, is let us first of all, because you heard what he was saying, that our first and foremost priority is to have a mountain what? Candidate. And if we are not able to prevail, then we will have to talk. Is that how we want things to go? Is that the narrative that we've been thinking through, or we want to be coerced into? We must cushion ourselves from these extremities, because if we allow that talk to continue, it is going to impact the uninformed masses that look, in order for us to take Ruto, we need a deal with Raila, because already has introduced the narrative. And if you heard, he belittled Kalonzo so much. So he is having his base, as Mr. Innocent, you have said, he has made his base. And that was the missing spice. That's why he got impeached. But luckily enough, he has been able to have a base that is very formidable. Very formidable. And also, it will impact the next election. We like it or not. That is a factor. If we were to go today how things are, Gachagua is a factor that will sit on the negotiating table. And he has already thrown that narrative to us. Now, then why are we talking about a third force? Now, the question that comes to me, why are we talking about a third force? If the same men are already playing what? Tribal mortgage, political tribal mortgage. We must deconstruct totally the political establishment that currently is prevailing. And it's not going to be easy, because if you remember, Kofi Annan gave us one of the most potent analogy about politics. Kuwa fahari wawili wakipigana nyasi inaumia. But then he told us it is even more worse when 2 elephants make love. Now, there are 2 elephants that want to make love to 1 elephant. There is Ruto, we are seeing it. Now there is Gachagua, we are seeing it. The question is, has Raila base been dismantled? It looks like no. Can we do it? Yes, we can. We can set an agenda, we can set a narrative, we can stop talking about what they are talking, we can bring new ideology and philosophy in the political circle, and we re-emphasize it day in, day out, until it knocks in our head that, you know what, we can get these people out. If we go per them, then I think we are preparing ourselves psychologically that they are the only alternative. They are not the only alternative. They are not the only alternative. And that is what we must keep on saying, that look, they are not the alternative. There is a new alternative. And that's what I think even the originality of thought of the creators of these channels, both Njiru and Stone PK, were saying, we have another alternative. We must have a narrative that we will change our people. But us thinking that Raila has been dismantled is a little bit like a mirage. But can we do it? Yes, we can. How can we do it? Is by knowing that these people, both of them, want him. So if we support either, we are supporting Raila, whether we like it or not. It's not going to be easy. but it can be done. And we must stop. If Gachagua is finally telling us his plan is to bring him on his side to defeat Kasongo, I think there will be no change. There will be different monkeys, but the forest will be one, and we will have the continuation of what we have so hard in terms of administration and in terms of what policy making in that country, which needs a total overhaul for it to have any functionality. That is my way forward. Thank you, guys.
That is very powerful, man. I like that.
Thank you, Alex. Let me welcome those who've just come in. Jemo na kina Blue, nani mwingine? Oh, na Alex pia siku welcome. Yeah, that's good. Before I bring in Nani, I think it's Jemo who came ahead of Nani Blue. Alex, okay, not Alex. I want to raise a point that Innocent brought in, and I'll ask a question first. When we talk of trying, I'm saying trying, to remove Ruto, what are we talking about? Do we expect to have 100% vote against Ruto? Obviously, the answer is no. When we talk of decamping from, for example, Raila, do we expect that Raila goes to meet some place somewhere in a field and the field will be empty? The answer is obviously no. Raila will still have following. But the other question is, if I flip it, do you think, assuming the votes he got, the whatever votes, I hate calling the number because it is traumatizing. Assuming that is what was given to him, that was his vote. So today, you would think if we voted tomorrow and they were counted properly, he would get the same. If you tell me yes, then I'll say you don't live in Kenya, or we are shorter memory than that of a warthog. Maybe you have the memory of a fly, okay? Because fly ndio unaipiga hivi within inazunguka inakuja. That, why am I saying that short memory? Because the biggest thing, and Alex, you brought it up, we departed the Kenyans who reason properly. And this I will say it with all candidness. Any rightful thinking human being that is a Kenyan, whether it's a fanatic or anything, should have departed way with Raila na ODM like Jana. This very narrative that, oh, experts were donated, then the party has this, oh my God. ODM munakunywanga nini? You must be sharing the same drink that UDA drinks. Because I hear this narrative that you see there is a separation. There is a separation of the experts donated to the government, and the ODM party is on the other side against the government. Give me another day. Really? And that's the belief of ODM, that they are not in government, but they are those who went to the government. Yet those who went to the government were the top brass, the officials of a party. And we never had them resigning. I mean, we never had them, resigning their positions and all that. Yeah? So you can't chew this side and you're chewing this. And that's what Raila is doing. That's why he has goofed. We are not saying there will be no impact. There will be impact, of course, because he might get 1 million. That's a million we will have lost, which we should have had. But to let him have his relatives and those who are so close with him, it's okay. All right? And let him continue doing that nonsensical thing he's calling consultation. Okay? He has joined Kasongo. They'll be transporting those Luo fanatics all over in buses and trains. They love traveling. Okay? So wherever you'll be going, you'll go with a crowd. Yeah? A reasonable crowd. But
for somebody, a Kenyan, to think that Raila has the same impact that tumesahau. Alitoka siku ya Nadiko, akakuja akaharibu kabisa. And Alex, I'm looking for that clip. Akasema mnataka Raila aende wapi? Kenyan walienda walinyamaza hiyo siku. It was like there was a bombshell in this country. For those of you who have fresh memory, people went. Wengine walisikia hivyo, wengine wanaenda kukojoa, wengine. It was a shocker on the negative side. I mean, it would be so crazy that we play down that question, play down the fact that he has never been apologetic to the deaths of Gen Z. Mtu aniambie where he ever became apologetic. He only went kule kwa nani kukulia machozi ya crocodile. Kule kwa inaitwa nini? Kule Kware or wherever it was. Raila was not apologetic. Raila has joined the club of Ruto, who you talk unamuadresa na kuangalia macho kavu. Devil, evil people. So we are not saying that he brings all his followers. No. Let him continue. Okay? After all, the difference between him and Ruto was, they are saying 200,000. So we don't expect Raila not to have following. He can even go up to the ballot if he wants. But what we don't even imagine he will do is to go and divorce from Ruto. He can't. If he does that, he's finished. He's dead. Okay? Even Gachagua, the slip of his tongue, and by the way, that was not intention of Gachagua to loop in Raila. He was just cornered by the journalist. And then because, of course, he doesn't want some bashing from the Luo fanatics, yeah, he tried to play. Can you imagine Gachagua trying to pakapaka Ruto mafuta? Wa Kenya tunasahau sana bwana. Ati sasa ati Gachagua now starts talking about somebody alikuwa anasema ni kama kuenda kuuzia nguruwe kwa msikiti. If you are going to take Raila to Central, wananchi wetu, ndugu zangu, you analyst bwana, lazima nitawachezea hizo clips. Nothing has changed. The hate for Raila cannot change from Gachagua, tafadhalini. They are just now playing optic. And the fact that Raila's survival, political survival, is pegged on Ruto. It is not that Ruto depending on Raila. No, Ruto only has hooked in and bribed Raila because Raila is one of those looters. Okay? And that's why they were so scared by Gen Z. Raila was as scared as the looters. Okay? And then Ruto knew, let me bring in Raila, buy in these Luos because they are the noisiest. They are the ones whom you can never be comfortable when you are doing your things, you are stealing. They will be in the streets. So the best is to bring them in. And that is true. So you will do everything possible to make sure, because you will not see a Luo in Mandamano anymore. That's over in Kenya. Kwisha. They are telling you all over. I have clips all over. That's the message they are spreading everywhere. They are elites and everybody else. They are saying that now the government is good. They are in the government, period. The rest of the ODM are in government. They are just lying. All right? So I just wanted to put that in my own perspective, that personally I can say whatever impact Raila will have, it will not be so huge. It will only be disorganizing people if people don't want to rally behind the call of Ruto must go. Let Ruto, Kalenjin vote for him and the Luos vote for him. And then all the others, regions, go against the two. They will win. They will win if there will be no system, no IBC system. They will rig. Okay? Because what we are talking about is difference of a few votes. Not you can't have landslide. You could only have had landslide if the Luos were not if they were not bribed. Then of course those ones would have fanatically been on this other side. But now we have to subtract that. I hope that this time around they will come out and at least be wakue milioni moja, which is impossible. I don't think they will. Okay, Then of course under those are few Somalis there and here. Luya watatoka ODM kama haraka upesi. You can take that to the bank. Then the Kisses watatoka labda Innocent yatabaki kwa ODM.
Where Stone? I said we are there to destroy it. We are not there.
Your formula, hiyo ni zamani.
Stone PK. We've said this. Tuko huko unajua ni one thing I want you to know is Raila going to do the same thing alifanya kwa KANU kuidestroy ama anaenda kumezwa na hii wheelbarrow, anaenda kuendeshwa na hii wheelbarrow.
Raila anakalia wheelbarrow, don't doubt.
Ndio nasema sasa, that's what I'm saying. Na kama amekalia wheelbarrow, that is exactly what I was saying. Sisi tunataka kujua mali amesimama tu aseme na mdomo hivi. Then you will see what will happen. Sijasema
wewe mwalimu unangoja Raila akwambie na mdomo when he has said everything.
Nimekuambia we are just giving him a benefit of doubt. You know what in English means ukisema benefit of doubt. Sisi tunajua where we are, but we are just ile tunataka tu kidogo hivi and then you will see. Otherwise kama Raila atamezwa na Ruto ama Raila atameza Ruto on this marriage, then we will know who is a political genius in Kenya. Thank you.
Wow, it's good. You guys have some hopes. How can you how can you meza ule mtu amekupatia pesa, ule amekuokoa? Raila amepewa pesa, amenunuliwa totally. If he jokes, akajaribu
so let me ask you, Innocent, are you saying what other people are trying? Because there's a narrative I'm looking on the media that is so laughable that and the person bringing it is a person that for a very long time people have told me is not a professor. Don't listen to this guy. Is
Manyara.
Manyora. He's saying this, that ODM Ruto might run on an ODM ticket. The second thing they are saying is that Ruto might do the Putin thing. I'm just asking a question. Is it wrong?
Endelea, Alex.
No, it's not wrong. You know.
I don't know. This almost happened yesterday too, and it caused people to run out.
He doesn't know how to behave. I allow you talk and talk and talk because we are not in a hurry to go where.
Yeah, I want Innocent to help me because I've heard that several times. It doesn't make sense to me, but probably he has said it again here. But now that we are here, I wanted just him to clarify. Now, Innocent, nani atameza mwingine? Will Ruto eventually succumb to you guys, or will Raila play Ruto in the end, edge him out the way he edged Moi, or what is the expectation? What is the big announcement we are waiting?
Thank you, Alex. Nilisema hivi, and that's what I want you to get me. We believe that Raila akikuja atasimama na ODM yake kando, aseme wale walienda huko ni experts, ameze huyu, lakini amekataa kusema na amesema hivi. But from the look of things, Ruto amemeza Raila, na kama amemumeza wengine hatutamezeka. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope nani umepata hiyo jibu, Alex. Which I think is true. But again, ODM members, I think they are too resilient with Nani, with Raila. He should have left that party a long time ago and let him go and hang with that. He can't do that anyway. Haya, Blue ameenda ndio ningemleta sahi, but it's okay. Who is there? Julia, karibu sana. Everybody else has spoken.
Asante PK. Wacha niwasalimie nyote. So I endorse in the comment section. Innocent, I don't believe you that you are DM to destroy it. I think you are stuck. Innocent, just forgive you on a kind like my brother. This is what I feel about the people who are stuck in ODM. I think they are like those, a lot of times women who have been married for a long time just gets glued to a bad marriage. Ndio jina isi haribiki wameacha bwana. That is how ODM members are behaving. I don't believe you that you are planning to destroy ODM from inside. I don't believe you. I think you are just stuck. You are just glued. You are just feeling so bad that your ODM is looking chaotic. Now I'm to move on. Move on. Secondly, I don't believe that I will destroy UDA. Let me tell you, Kasongo, one of these fine days ataambia Raila Odinga UDA iko na wenyewe, serikali iko na wenyewe. Mtaona ile vita itakuwa hapo. So I don't believe that Raila will destroy UDA from inside. Kutakuwa na quarrels, there will be squabbles, bad ones, between Raila's team and Kasongo's team very soon. There's an impending conflict that is coming between the two because Kasongo is busy scheming that he's using Raila Odinga according to IQ yake venye imemfikisha na penye amesukumwa na nchi. Nilimwona Mombasa nikaona hata kama anaendelea kukonda. Sasa penye amefikishwa na wananchi. Yani he didn't expect this. Kasongo thought he was going to kill Gen Z, steal, do those nasty things and get away with it. Lakini kama the pressure is too much. So, and then on top of that, akafukuza Gachagua, akafiria katanyamuzia Gachagua. Unajua, I think what made Kasongo imagine that he'll shut Gachagua down is because anyway, Gachagua is not likable. Okay, I don't know whether he's likable now, but Gachagua yenyewe alikuwa anaudhi tu. Naona everything he said ilikuwa inaudhi. Sasa Kasongo knew that. Me personally, every time Gachagua could open his mouth, he used to annoy me so much. So I'm sure a lot of Kenyans used to feel that, and Kasongo knew that. So Kasongo knew that, even used to see the MPs, they behaved in parliament when they were voting against Gachagua. It's like the MPs were so sure that everybody dislikes Gachagua, especially even those who in Mount Kenya region were so stupid to imagine so. Okay, they didn't see Gachagua flipping and behaving like the people's defender, the members of parliament in Mount Kenya region. They never saw that part of Gachagua. They just saw, we used to see like he's kind of a foolish man. Every time he'll be talking about shareholder. Sasa kila mtu alimwona ataendelea na hiyo story yake, hata flip. And they did see his lethal attacks against the government. They didn't see that. And they did see that he was going to successfully incite the people against them. So members of parliament for Mount Kenya cannot even go home. Hata Ishungu ali-accept. Ali-confirm hivyo hawaendi home. Na nimesikia story Ishungu is busy investing in South Africa. I think he's planning to take off. So that is how bad things are in Mount Kenya region. They didn't see that. And they didn't see that the rest of the country coming up to agree with Gachagua. Gachagua whom people... Gachagua alikuwa anakasirisha. Kama alikuwa anakasirishwa na Gachagua. He used to annoy very bad. He was ousted. But now he's like, he used to annoy us so much, but he's saying the things that we want him to say. He's actually saying the things we want him to say. So we like him for that. Now, so Kasongo didn't see that kind of opposition. Na ni kama pressure. Na pia nimeona pressure ingine imetoka hata kwa makanisa, the churches that used to worship him. I think I don't know whether he no longer gives them money or what. Pastor Lai, Pastor Lai was in State House. I'm looking for those clips. Pastor Lai went to Uhuru Park, somewhere where they were praying for Kasongo. Pastor Lai was one of the praying for him and laying hands on him. So suddenly to turn and start talking about corruption in the government. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't buy that so much, but I was trying and understand the chemistry between the two people, what was going on. And I look at Kasongo's face when Lai was saying all those things. Kasongo alikuwa ameisha kwa hiyo kanisa, alikuwa ameisha kabisa. So Kasongo needs Raila Odinga right now, anamshikilia. He's like his defender right now. Now Raila Odinga is taking advantage, is thinking that suddenly akona place na stage ya kusimama ainuke tena, especially after being beaten pants down in AU. But like I want to agree with PK. Raila Odinga, I hope he's aware that the support he had, he no longer has it. So I'm wondering how he's gonna destroy Kasongo. I wonder who will destroy each other, or both will destroy each other and go down together. I think my take is they'll go down together. Now, if you remember, Raila Odinga entered KANU and split it. But still, let me say this. If Raila Odinga had not supported Kibaki, KANU would have emerged the winner. So, still, I don't believe Raila Odinga destroyed KANU. I think if KANU only went down when Raila Odinga decided Kibaki tosha. So this scheme at Raila Odinga can get into a party, destroy it, tear it into part, walk away with it. At least hiyo ni ujanja yake. Goja utaona. Mimi my take it, they are both going down. And Raila Odinga does not, some of us supported Raila Odinga and campaigned. There are about 3 million votes from Mount Kenya region. Sisi tuliteta, tukaongea na manyanya, na maanti, na mashangazi, na makazi. PK, I don't know whether you did that. Personally, I campaigned. And campaigned with all my relatives. I campaigned at home. Hata kuna watu niliambia kama if they want me to be calling me for anything, they must first flip sides from Kasongo, from UDA. We campaigned and we campaigned. Uhuru also impact was felt in the mountain. So this story ati anafikiri akona power, akona backing that he can bounce back. Secondly, he's old. I'm telling you, hana hiyo energy, hawezi mbio nawambia. And let me say this, we have only not had somebody coming out say now I'm vying for presidency. But me, my take is, the moment the race will shape, and I hope the race will shape with the likes of Akina Matiang. And I'm hoping Wamunyoro will not vie for anything, but will be the one of the kingmakers, will throw his force behind them. Raila Odinga and Kasongo will be reduced to Luo Nyanza, and maybe not even the whole of Luo Nyanza, because Luo Nyanza doesn't even vote the way they are supposed to vote. I checked the numbers from 2013, 2017, 2020, 2022. Our Pitangi 60%. After 2022, they even got beyond 60%, even when their own man was vying. They don't come out to vote. Either Hawananga ID or something is very wrong with mobilization in that land. Or maybe they have also already stolen. Lakini nikajiuliza kwani kula zao zinaibiwa mpaka home aje? Niliangalia Kisumu Anyang' was having so many more votes than Raila Odinga. What is wrong with them? It should have been the other way around. The presidential candidate should have had more votes than the governor, because obviously the governor was going to win. So that is what happens in Luo Nyanza. Hawatatomboa, hawatafikisha milioni 2 nawaambia. Raila's votes will not go over 2 million if an election is called today. He needs to know that. So history so innocent. History ati mnaharibu ODM. You're stuck. Move on.
Julia, we are not stuck. Kuna dirisha tunaye huko, kuna milango tunaye huko, na nakwambia you wait and see. Tunataka hii ODM ipasuke na watu watabeba madirisha zao waende na itabaki shell. You wait. Ndio nimekwambia, don't write us off. We know what we are doing. Na soon you will see watu wakibeba milango, wakibeba dirisha, alafu shell ya ODM ibaki. And that's what we want to do. There's something which is cooking. Ndio nakwambia hatutaki kuongea sana, but you wait, utakuja kuniambia baadaye. Tukibeba madirisha na milango, tuache hiyo ODM hivi. Thank you.
I'm waiting, innocent. Mimi nasemanga mtu aendage akikauka. Hii story ya kukwa mamali. Hapana.
Watoto tunabeba watoto. Tunabeba watoto. Wewe ngoja. Hatutaacha hii marriage na watoto huko. Unabeba watoto.
As long as mtulete bedroom hatuna shida. Bedroom tu ndio tunataka.
Okay.
Unajua innocent, let me tell you a joke as I wind up. So when I was in Kisumu, some Luos used to tell me na some Luyas, because nilikuwa hapo kwa boda hapo Maseno, ati Njeri tunakupenda, lakini tunaogopa Wakikuyu. Ati kuna mama mmoja hapa aliolewa hapa Maseno, akakaa Mkikuyu, akazaa, akapata wajukuu. Siku moja akakasirika, alirudi Ukikuyuni na watoto na bibi zao na wajukuu. Now our son has nothing. So, Innocent, if that is what you are planning to do, you are welcome. Lakini, I'm waiting. No.
Nataka to give us a benefit of doubt kidogo tu. Tupatie tu kidogo. That's why nilikwambia PK, sometimes there are things also watu wanafanya strategically. Hawataki kuonyesha mapema, but there are things cooking. Thank you. Tutakuwa kama nyinyi. Wanjeri na watoto waende wote.
Sawa, PK unasikia Innocent
Nimesikia. Nitangoja sana. Julia, umemaliza?
Nimemaliza.
Nataka sasa kuleta Jemu. Nani huyo ametoroka tena? Jemu, na kuleta point kamoja hapa, some corrections. Not correction, yani ile point of information. UDA is already destroyed. Okay? So there is nothing Raila is coming to help destroy. UDA tu ni ile people are hanging kidogo tu juu, you know, pesa, mishahara, but UDA is gone. Hiyo itasambaratika vile tu ilikuja, you know. The way ilikuja na hiyo nini, that is how it will go. Okay? It is a gone case. So Raila will not need any energy to destroy UDA. The only skeleton which will remain ni Ruto na a few Kalenjin MPs. So you will have a skeleton of Kalenjin MPs with Ruto, and then ODM, if it goes the way Mwalimu is saying, itakuwa skeleton ya Raila na a few Luo Nyanza MPs. Okay? So skeleton. All right? Now another point is, when we are talking about KANU destruction, it's good Julia ume correct vizuri. KANU already had self-destroyed itself. Why? The stage at which we are now with Ruto ya mwananchi, you know, tunasahau mwananchi ndiye mwananchi ametoka. Mwananchi Ruto amemtoka, and whatever, in fact mwananchi ametokwa na Ruto, mwananchi majority wametokwa na Ruto, wametokwa na Raila, wametokwa na anybody who supported the murder of Gen Z. Okay, so that is already done. Destruction is there. All right, the same things Kuzamoi, 24 years of oppression, suppression and all that had, yani ilikuwa ukisema KANU watu wanaenda choko kutapika. Okay, you know, it tells you with the songs that were sung, the redemption song and all this. So they just needed somebody to burst the bubble. In fact, it's not the politicians that destroyed KANU. No, KANU was destroyed because of the dictatorship of Moi and the psychophancy. So wananchi wakaitoka. Okay, so watu walikuwa wanasema oh, Raila went there, destroyed it and all that. I don't buy that narrative as much. Yeah, but huwezi destroy party when mwananchi anaipenda. Yeah, so there it is mwananchi to get dissatisfied, and then you, as a politician, you take advantage. Like what now should have happened? Let me give an example. You see, like now, Sifuna is on top as a darling, but again on top, alafu watu wanasema, and what are you doing? What are you still doing in ODM? Imagine people asking that. No, unafanya nini kwa hii chama? Hii chama pia inaenda kuangamia. We know, we are hearing you talking. Naongea around anarudi anasema oh, ODM iko because he's a secretary. But Sifuna akitoka ODM na asimame Nairobi with either independence or anything, leo kesho atachaguliwa. But the longer he's going to stay in ODM, itamkanganya, itamletea shida. Back to Jemu. Jemu ako wapi? Oh, Jemu alikuwa ametupwa nje kidogo. Oh, yuko Jemu, karibu.
Well, Innocent, nimekusikia sana lakini I don't know why you keep saying let's give Baba and ODM the benefit of doubts. Like ODM, we are now beginning to doubt if there's any benefits from them, including Baba. Because as a country, hiyo chama imeisha. Jamani, imeisha. Unajua, the one thing in I believe Baba keeps going back in ile narrative that aliingia KANU na akabomoa KANU. And he keeps doing the same thing, and then akiambia watu, akitukumbusha that we have to depend on that same old tactic. You know, I believe when he was joining Uhuru, Uhuru could have outsmarted him by absorbing him completely to where he can't do him like what he did Moi. You know, so the first time he initiated that idea with Moi, that had never been done before in the past. So it works. But I don't think you can come back with the same trick and think that will be. There is no benefits out of that tactic. And I believe wamesema hapa UDA iliswallow UDM kitambo sana. Because if Raila thinks he's gonna bring that same narrative to somebody whose party, the only benefits that's from that tree called UDA is the last fruits zenye zimebaki. The tree is drying, and the best thing they could do with that tree ni kuipasulia kuni next time. It's drying. They will use UDA mpaka wayote kama kuni. So UDA is gone, and it's not gone because of Raila. It's gone because of their own self-destruction and people walking away from Kasongo and from UDA. The Wamunyoro si tulimwacha huko. By the way, people left Wamunyoro, especially the mountain people. They left Wamunyoro in UDA. Wamunyoro just came to the people after things were a little bit hard for him. That's when he started speaking like the ground. But what walitoka UDA, the mountain left UDA, and your party hakuna. So Raila, I don't think there's any benefits he's gonna bring because he's not gonna pursue a UDA, something that's already self-destructive. He's not adding any value to the country because at this point he's playing checkers with people. He's definitely showing that he's serving his own best interest, and he's saying he's consolidating, consulting. Who are you consulting? Who is Raila consulting? Innocent. Who is in Kenya that Raila can consult above him? There's only two people he could have consulted. Ruto, who is working with them, and Wamunyoro at this point. And before it was just Ruto. Who is he consulting? Uhuru? Watu washatoka, so anaenda kuuliza watu nini? Vile ataturudisha kwa Ruto. So what I'm wondering, what is he asking people? Do you want us to stay with Kasongo or not? What kind of question is that? Is that even a consultation question? What is he consulting? Like his way forward? How can you say my way forward if you're in the government? That means you bring the same people that are working and the same principles that are in UDA that are not working for the people economically. So ana consult nini? That's the question na mimi najiuliza na Raila. Now, I heard PK ukisema that Wamunyoro could have been making a tactical statement about Raila, but I will like to see or even encourage, especially the people who, for now, they are relying on Wamunyoro for whatever moves he's making. that the minute his statement becomes not a tactical, but rather an actual statement that he's going there, and I saw there's a statement that he's gonna benchmark with the ODM. The minute he's doing that, we should be able to say we are done with Wamunyoro. There is nobody that is gonna take us back to Raila. Kwanza mambo ya Kasongo tuache. Mimi kama kuna mtu nadharau saa hii, na nasema kudharau ni Raila kwa sababu chenye anafanya na chenye alifanya. The guy is in between his action. He's still acting on a betrayal. He's on a betrayal mode. So there is no way utaniambia una benchmark mtu mwenye na to betray currently. Ruto is different because Ruto was sworn in, so he's in an office. Hata kama amekalia kiti ile ya kuchunga ng'ombe anatembeanga nao Isiolo na Mombasa, ni kiti alipewa na imeandikwa Kenya. Raila, he's in an act of betraying na kusaliti wa Kenya. So I don't see any benchmarking in it can happen unless you're benchmarking on how to outmaneuver Kenyans again. Because the only thing that you can get from Raila is what Ruto is telling Raila. If Ruto wants to talk to Wamunyoro, but if the ego does not allow him because he impeached him, so he cannot be seen talking to him directly, and then you're benchmarking with ODM, then Ruto is going to tell Raila, tell him this one. So me, anything that has to do with Raila kusema kweli, I'm done. Meanwhile, as we handle Nani Kasongo when time comes. But there's no talks with Raila. And the minute Wamunyoro thinks he's doing a benchmarking, we should leave him like how we left him in UDA. And that will be a statement that we are leaving you because we left Raila and because we left the government. We are leaving you because you're talking to Raila, who is a betrayer, and he's working with the government that we are trying to leave. So there's nothing like, we should be willing to drop Wamunyoro like yesterday. Now, to serve example for the Luos who are hanging out to Raila because, he's the guy that is going to come and consult and tell them the way forward. There's no way forward back to Raila. Definitely. There's no way forward for Kenya with Kasongo. So mi na hope tu kama anaongea ongeje kina Matiang'i. Mambo ya kusema anatuletea baba na tutasikiza baba. I'm sorry, baba alikuwa na time yake ya kuongea, and he is the one single guy that has had the most time to talk in Kenya over Ruto. He's the one single guy that has had the most opportunity in Kenya, but all the time baba has disappointed. Sasa siku hizi tunakulianga history na chenye alifanya. Kuna watu hawakujua hii mambo kama ni ukweli ama ni nini. Sasa kuna watu it's irrelevant for them. Ni kama sasa mimi niambiwe story ya Kenyatta. When I was born, Kenyatta was not there, but I appreciate. We still need to move on. Hatuwezi kafufua Kenyatta, na kama angekuwa hai angekuwa mzee sana for me to say that he is making statements that are relevant for me at that time. So we need to treat Raila the same. There are people who, whatever Raila did was good, but they are disappointed because when you read the history and you're having a chance of compare and contrasting the notes, unasema kwani hawa wawili ni wagani? Huyu wa kitabu anakaa mnoma, lakini huyu wa Kasongo huyu. It's only like chapter 5 and the real chapter of our lives today does not go hand in hand. And that's what Raila is failing himself and failing the this generation that is growing up watching him as a hero. He wiped himself. If there was a book for Raila, these kids are banning that chapter. Currently, if there is a history tuko nasoma GXC, hiyo inachomwa saa hii. If anything to learn is learn on how not to be like Raila. So mimi wa Munyoro, I hope it was a tactical statement. We are moving away.
Yemo.
Yes.
There's something I want you to understand in politics. Maybe but I know some of the strategists of Wamunyoro, what he was trying to do, and I want also to comment on what you're saying. When I don't know whether you entered before after I said we are in the same, we have the same script but a different casting. Mimi sijasema ati Raila is ama atuongee maneno ya Raila, tunaongea maneno ya ODM, how do we are going to destroy it. So I'm not in ODM, and maybe I'm one of the people wenye wana destroy from within, ametokelezea kusema, na ndio nimesema I'm saying it because I know what is coming next. So what I'm saying, ngoja nimalize ndio nikwambie, whatever Wamunyoro was saying, some of the experts wenye wako kwa Munyoro, they are in a certain place in staki kuongea, and what he was trying to say, sio ati ni Raila ndiye anataka ati akuje, anataka kushika wale watu wa ODM, yani those wenye wako hawajui where to go. Maybe that's what I need to put it clear. So the people wenye walimwambia aende kusema hakuiweka vizuri, but what he meant ama what he was supposed to say, those disgruntled ODM members, not Raila. Now I want to put it clear, not Raila, but though alitumia jina Raila nini, unajua nile please also those people wenye wanasikianga jina ya Raila also they can kumbe anaongea juu yetu, but those disgruntled members of ODM wataenda kwa nasema Munyoro ama. So that's exactly what is cooking. So it's not ati kwa akisema ati anaenda kwa Raila means ataenda kwa Raila mtu, ni ile inaitwaje, ile kampu yake ya Raila, mahali Raila alikuwa ameshikilia, kama ni Western, kama ni Coast, kama ni wapi, hapo ndio anaingia. That's exactly what he meant. Ni ile maybe hakuitoa vizuri. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. However, you know, the part that he told us, we need to take it as a tactical, but we also need to remind him, if for any chance you are not being tactical, this is what's gonna happen. Unajua, ni mzuri kuonyeshanga mtu ni sawa, unajifanya huko, but in case utasahau, unacheki, because there is a political language which sometimes they're not, it stays political. And every time we let these people make political statements and they make stupid moves, we try to go back that alikuwa anamaanisha hivi, tungemsikiza, you know, we should have taken him word by word. Mi nasema hivi, ni mzuri kama anafanya tactical, lakini we should be ready to dump Wamunyoro if he's gonna drag us back to Baba. Mi hata sitaki kusikia mambo ya Kasongo hapo, kwa sababu Kasongo ni shida ya kila mtu. But kama Baba ako ndani ya kubomoa ma coalition, na sahi movement ya Gen Z is so strong, it's like the other main opposition has never been there, bigger than him. If he's gonna come here and disintegrate and water down the opposition, because we are allowing him we are giving him the word benefit of doubt. Mi mambo ya Baba mi by the way staki. Everywhere he goes in is like a parasite. He starts eating people from within. He will break down the coalition. He will eventually want to be the guy, the most important person. He wants to be exalted and be worshipped. Kwa opposition hataki mambo ya worshipping. So that's why nasema kama Wamunyoro ana make tactical for the ODM people to lower them into our side, yeah, good. I love it. But tumkumbushe pia tutamuacha kule na Raila kama tutakuwa tukienda mahali tukisikia haya hiyo ujinga mimi sitaki. We need to let Raila be. Raila needs to be with Kasongo. I love Raila with Kasongo on that side. That we can vote him out on one side. That's where I'm at with that Wamunyoro statement and Raila for that matter.
Okay, on the same note, what Wamunyoro, okay, I was part of the people when you walikuwa wamestructure when you went to KTN kwenda kuongea, and I was privy to what he was being told to say ama nini. One of the thing they are trying to play is not Raila to add some how do you call lifeline kwa Ruto. Wanataka akuwe naked. The king is naked, and once the king is naked, then mnaanza kutafuta vitu za kumfunika. So that's what Wamunyoro was meant to do. Aseme please, hata kama kuna mtu unataka kujoin, that is not the person you are supposed to join. At least afadhali ukuje kwetu but than joining. So one thing Wamunyoro is aliambiwa afanye ni to make sure that Raila asiongeze bonga points kwa Ruto. But I like it the way you say, kama anaweza mjoin na waangusho wote wawili, it will be a good thing. Hata mimi simekwambia niko ODM, but akijoin huko na waanguke wote, I'll be the happiest than even Julia. Thank you.
One last question, Alaf, I move on. So, for Innocent, so when you make a tactical move statement like that, do you call Baba and say, no, I was just kidding, that was just a tactical move? Ama Baba anafaa amefurahia anasema I'll be talking to Wamunyoro too, because he's now saying that he will be talking to the Kisses. He didn't say Wamunyoro, but he listened and he's like, yeah, they love me too on the other side. So I have a leeway to play Kasongo, and I also have an open invitation with Wamunyoro. So what do you do when you make a tactical statement? Who do you call and say, because Baba is taking that as an open invitation. Do you call him and tell him, hey, bro, hiyo ilikuwa too for the pictures, that was just for tactical, you are still not invited?
Jemo, you will see. Wait and see. Utaona Wamunyoro wakikutana. Those are some of the strategies zimewekwa. Wanataka kwanza wa make sure wamepatana. Wakipatana, then Ruto ataanza kushangaa, okay, this guy is with me, but meet the other person. Aanze kufikiria mara mbili. So those are some of the things, the strategies they were suggesting. Hata kama ni kupatana tu wasalamiane hivi, walikunywa chai mahali kidogo hivi, ile tu ndio tena watu the same way uliona Ruto alikimbianga kwa Uhuru. Watu wakasema, okay, what is cooking? Now those are some of the things wanasema wanataka kutumia. Thank you.
Wow. Mnanisikia?
Unasikika?
Innocent, I like your tenacity, Innocent. Sasa, let me ask, Jemo na kuchika pia. Let me ask, of what, now Gachagua for example, and Jemo umesema vizuri, Gachagua is hanging on a thread, if people didn't know. Gachagua has to be careful, because where he is on the way you are on a borrowed seat. He's there just by default. That Mulima who are very hard, they don't have somebody they can gravitate around. Okay? So it's not that he's there, watu wanaenjoy sana, that he is the option and all that. It is, niliwaambia example ya mbwa ikulagi tu nini mavi kinyesi ikienjoy. Inakula tu because at that moment it has hiyo tu ndio itakula. Otherwise it's not that it enjoys it as a dish. The same thing with Gachagua and Mulima. Not that people are so happy at sijui nini, hata ukiona wana dance hapo. Yeah? It's just because they have no other option at the moment. All right? Remember, Jemu umetukumbusha kwamba Mulima had left kitambo. Walikuwa wameshaenda. Gachagua ndiye alikuja kudandia hiyo nini madhiri ilikuwa ishaishia. Yeah? Alipofukuzwa ndiye anakuja kuidandia. Kwa hivyo si ati alikuja by his own volition. That people know, unless wamesahau. So he's not somebody you can really dilly-dally around, have a lot of loyalty. Ana swing kama pendulum. Now, Raila coming to Wamunyoro or Wamunyoro going to Nani, those would be the desperate kicks of a dying horse from either of the two, any of the two. Yeah. whether Raila thinks that by gravitating to Kachagua he is making a strategic move is a goof. And as I said honestly, hii ilishafika king. Game ya politics in Kenya ishafika mwisho. The only thing that people can do akina Ruto is what he is doing, preparing to rig election in case watu wakatae kuresist ifike ati afanye nini so shambolic, lakini ati calculation sijui movement of numbers and all that, let Raila and his Luo psychopaths wakae kule waende kule wataenda. Same thing with Kasongo. That is what majority of Kenyans have decided. So there will be those groups that will come together, hizo theories wa Somali nini na nini za wezi, and then a good straightforward thinking Kenyans will be on this other side. Yeah, and that's why it might snap into what now some prophets are saying. It might snap into a war. It will snap into a fight. It will snap into violence. This I cannot refuse to say, whether people like it or not. Because the moment there is that jittery, mistrust and all that, ile kitu itaanza kutokelea ni mangumi. Alright? Because akina Ruto na Raila, they will want to prove that wako na following, and then they will want to con people and all that. Then people will be annoyed. That is the recipe that is cooking. That I can say candidly. That is what is cooking. What is cooking is for people to force their way. Okay? They want to force their way. They want to prove that, oh, we are this, we are that. Okay? But the politics, it's not politics as usual. And then there is no way, and if that happens, I'll be so surprised that Raila will leave Ruto. Hiyo akitoka, yani nitakuwa basi, nitastuka sana. It will be a big surprise for me. Why? Because politically, for his own image, there's nowhere else Raila can hide. That's why he went to Mombasa. Yeah, akiwa kaa kuku imenyeshewa, because he's embarrassed, he's ashamed. This has happened to him in his lifetime and during his sunset. To tell you the truth, the situation in which Raila is in now, it is so bad. Una ile situation mtu sema si God tu aniite sahi niishie kabla sijakuwa embarrassed zaidi, because Raila will be continually embarrassed when he will lose, and of course he has lost popularity. Then when there are the proof of numbers, proof of crowds in his meetings, it will be so embarrassing, such that if I were Raila, I would not even go for public rally. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Stone PK, you put it right. Both of them, they are written off. But you see, these are the masses, especially what you said and what Jemo said. Wakenya walitoka kitambo. Hata hii ODM wenye mnasema watu walitoka kitambo. Yani wako na the leaders, wako tu kwa wanaongojea tu. So what they are waiting ni basi gani inaingia. And one of the buses yenye inaongojewa is what people are just waiting. Now the moment the bus itaanza kutoka nje, watu waanze kuingia ndani, ndio utaanza kujua now people are serious. So wacha watu waendelee kudidal, waendelee kuongea what they are saying, but what we are waiting ni basi tu itoke tu mara moja hivi.
Innocent. Do you know Matiang'i akishuka na ndege saa hii, na kwanza ashuke na atamke, yanaunziwa anakuja. Do you know Nairobi will be at a standstill?
I don't want to say.
No. I mean, we are political analysts.
Okay, yes.
Usikuwe na hii Kenya ati because maybe you come from that region unaogopa. Be like Stone. Mi mtu wangu ikiwa na dance vizuri kuliko everybody else, I'll praise him. Hata kama anaitwa Stone PK, I'll be very proud. I'm not a kisi, but I don't look at Matiang'i as being a kisi. For me, even if you look at my presentation about Matiang'i, I look at that character and content. That's why I admire him even to death. Is there anything that I don't like about him? Yes, there are some things I don't like, but they are very few. Very few. and those are cannot influence they cannot influence his leadership. Okay, maybe they'll just be ile zitaslow vitu zingine, because of course akona hiyo weakness here, because having been a civil servant, you know, all civil servants have a terrible weakness. That's why they don't perform well in private sector. You know, civil servants, once you become a civil servant, unaambukizango wako kaugonjwa kengine hapo. Oh, you know, no time, diplomatic, instead of boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So him is a little faster, just like in Magoha. Okay. So with the time, he can now become like a real Magufuli. Yeah. Otherwise, there is nothing else I see in Matiang'i that is not good. All right. It's just that civil servant, ile civil servant, tuhuruma twingine kwa umbali. You know, when you are doing surgery, usiweke kahuruma hata kidogo, alafu kako ka weakness ka Bible, sijui Mkristu. You know, you want to invoke Bible sana. You know, we are allergic to Bible now because we are lied and cornered, and we've been killed by people yielding Bible, you know, wielding Bible. So ako, you know, I would rather he keeps that to himself. Yeah, alafu I implement. Usianze kuambia watu. Anyway, that's according to me. Yeah, like me, when I'm in public meetings, I don't talk of those bwana zipiwe things. I don't invoke my relationship with my God, with my church and all that. I don't, because who is interested? That when you start invoking that, you are diverting people from reality. That's what we think. Inakuaga hivyo. Anytime, oh, bana sipiwe for 1, 2, 3 minutes. And the Kachaguas and everybody else, they are in that. Hiyo ni hawezi na conmen. Alright? I would just behave like Maraga. Maraga hakuna, isipokuwa ile siku alikasirika wakati wa interview. Naye hiyo alifanya, it was so impacting. You know? Hiyo hukusikia mahali pengine. Oh, na ingine alikuwa alipoulizwa swali ya kufanya kesi Saturday. He was categorical and very categorical. Hakuendelea ati, oh, you know, in my days and that, and he went categorically, my faith and this, I can't work on Saturday. Period. I'm a 7th-day Adventist. Na hiyo kusoa. Never, nowhere else you had him preaching to people. And I think that's what we should do, like other nations. In other countries, nobody goes in public. Haki ya Mungu, sisi wa Afrika tuna ujinga ya ajabu. Where else do you find the people in public meetings wakisema ati Bwana asifiwe sijui na nini, alafu hii maneno ya tuombe huko kwa meetings zingine, public rallies, mnaanza kuomba sasa mkiomba, situombe na dini karibu 25 basi. Yeah, so there are things that are not done, not kusema watu si wa Kristo. It's because it's not in order, it's not convenient, it inconveniences others. So that which inconveniences others, iwache kwa bedroom, kwa nyumba yako, kwa familia yako, kwa church yako. Okay? Anyway, I was just trying to say, okay, if Matiang'i lands today, and he should actually, because he vacuum ikiwachwa sana innocent, me and you will lose. You know what we will lose? Hiyo vacuum itaingia cockroach, itaingia sijui, watu wataanza contemplation, calculation,
na kupangusa na kuziwa, ita take time kuua hizo cockroach.
Exactly. Akuja ajaze hiyo vacuum, aache tukipigana sasa na wale watu wanasema Matiang'i si mzuri. That will be the best.
By the way, when he lands, ndio utajua political environment ikichange, especially Kalonzo's side, utaona vile maneno ina change, because one of the thing yenye Kalonzo ameshindwa, ataficha aje ni kwa Matiang'i, and Matiang'i is junior to him. That is one of the things yenye inaendelea kufightiwa, because anashindwa atakuja. I think Stone PK, your mic, kama your something napiga kelele.
Oh, ni gadget ile natumia. Okay.
So I didn't want to blow the trumpet, but what you said is true. Once he lands and he says, I am in the race, that is exactly the time you will see things change. And wakina Kalonzo also, ndio nimekuambia Kalonzo, unajua anataka kukua kwa ballot, come what come may, anataka kukua huko, and those are some of the intrigues zenye zinakuja, but wamesema hata kama atakuja akataa ataki kuachia naitwaje Matiang'i, wataenda wote kwa ballot, aende kukuwa na after election coalition, but things are cooking, na ndio nimekuambia, and some of these things wa Munyora anaongea ni ile some of the strategists ni kama wana share, and some of the things unaona wa Munyora anaziongea, those are some of the things Matiang'i ameandikiwa na kuja kutumia kufanya, but you see now wa Munyora ameenda mbele, ameendelea kusema especially watu wa payslip. Payslip is one of the clout for voters Matiang'i atatumia kupata votes, because hao watu wameumia sana. Payslips, by the way, those who are working siku hizi hata huna pesa, unaenda tu unafanya kazi, lakini ukirudi nyumbani hakuna. People are crying, and those are some of the people wenye wataingia kwa hii bus, all of them mara moja. Hao watafanya, na ndio nakwambia Raila wacha tu aendelee kuongea, wacha Kasongo aendelee kuongea. Na hiyo namba yenye umesema kuna namba itakuja hii election, the only thing Kasongo atashinda watu ni kuiba kura, but not kwa ballot. Thank you. Julia amenyamaza, amelala.
Mimi nataka kusikia a lot of people from the Gusii nation speaking about Matiang'i, kwa sababu we have created this environment where even Kenyans, they don't like to speak about the people from their own community because watakuwa tagged na ati tunataka origin ni mkabila. So I feel like Baba saying I will go to the Gusii nation where we have Matiang'i. Hey, he should have been like, hey, unajua nini? Wakisii huko, they are talking about Matiang'i. So be it. Wacha kama watu watasema ni ukabila, because how can we skip on a good leader? Because if you speak about someone from your backyard, now you are mkabila. You know what Baba will say? Oh, nyi munasaka Matiang'i juu Matiang'i ni Mkisii. No, we want Matiang'i because Matiang'i is a good leader. He cannot just be openly saying, I'm going to consult with the Kisiis. We already know we have good leaders. We have Maraga and we have Matiang'i. Kisiis, you all need to tell them we're good. Don't come.
Morara.
Yeah, you all need to tell them we are good. Hata kama ni ukabila, because Baba atasema nyinyi wakabila juu mnataka Mkisii wenu. So be it. Mount Kenya is endorsing that ukabila kama ni hiyo. But he shouldn't be just, I'm going to Kisii. Mbona akisema, like he mentioned Kisii with some emphasis because he knows
na Wajaluo wakisupport Raila anasemanga ni wakabila.
Asema atakangi aitwa wakabila. You know? So he can openly emphasize that he's going to consult the Kisiis. No, they got Matiang'i. How about you consult Matiang'i? Wacha kuconsult wa Kisii.
Atapata aibu ya ajabu. Atapata aibu kama siku za Nyachae.
Yeah, man, they need to say up now openly. Tuko na Matiang'i hapa baba, kuja upige lapo kule amatoke urudi kwenu.
Hata aambiwa support Matiang'i. Hivyo.
Yeah, and ambiwa support Matiang'i if that's what it is.
Stop it. That is what hiyo ndio plan iko huko ya akikuja huko wakina Simba. That's why I didn't want to say some things. Nakwambia tuko ODM na tumeshikilia madirisha na nini tunafanya. So the moment tunaambiwa hii chama ni ya wenyewe, tunawaambia tunaenda na madirisha zetu, tunabeba tukienda. So ataambiwa tu direct. By the way, elites wa Kisii washakushikana pamoja, they are ready. Hata Nairobi wana meet, they have already organized. Watu wote Kisii mzima saa hizi MPs wenye watakuwa na support Matiang'i, utaona wametupwa wote nje. Hata huyo Osoro ameshindwa atafanya nini. That's why these days is not talking, because the temperature yenye imepita sasa Kisii is different. Simbarati ukiona akiambia Sifuna ndio SG ODM, they know what they are saying. Ndio nakwambia people are fighting things from inside. Na wakati tutabeba madirisha na kila kitu tukienda, ndio tunawaambia you see now ODM ibaki tu ya shell. So
sasa ikibaki na sasa nani Matiang'i ataenda na patikani. That's the problem. He should He should. Matiang'i should join Martha Karua. Waende na hiyo party 50-50. People Liberation Party. Ama sasa akianza party yake nayo sasa inakuwa ni upumbavu ya kila mtu na party. So nipike nikuje na yangu, Innocent yake. Then we shall have 1,001 parties. Inakuwa ni mchezo ya kalongolongo. We want people of kama vile hao watu wamependekezwa. Wa join whatever band.
Stone unapotea. Sijui kama ni kwangu. Stone unapotea.
Yeah, I'm saying. Unanisikia sasa?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, nilikuwa nasema you know, if in my submission nilikuwa nasema I wish we would kill story ya party system because ina antagonize watu. You know, unaambiwa lazima ukuje usimame na party yako. Sasa must you start a party if you want to contest? You see, that's a very bad way of holding Kenyans at ransom. Unaona Morara ati alihave kuregister party yake ndio nini, because it is so difficult, you know, to start a party, then it is so tough. Kwanza unaanza ukiregister, uanze kwanza kupopularize the party. Hiyo energy ambayo ungetumia kujipopularize you as a person, as a character, una spend time party yako inject ijulikane. Unaenda mashinani unaambia washosho huko atupate yakwaita kwa inject. Anakuuliza inject ni nini? You know? I think Kenya tuliruka mbele sana. Tuliruka sana. I would even have thought after Moi ameenda na nini watu wangesafisha hiyo KANU ambayo ilikuwa inajulikana na another party ingine maybe DP. Alafu hizo parties ziwe ndio old parties zile, you know, watu wanaingia. If I want to go DP, I go DP. Na hiyo ODM for example, you have 3. Wale wanataka kuingia ODM wanaingia ODM, but not ODM iwe ni Raila na Wajaluo peke yao, you know, ati DP ni Wakikuyu peke yao, you know. I don't know.
Matiang'i anakuanga na party by the way, kama ujuangi. Matiang'i anakuanga na party.
Nani?
Matiang'i alikuanga na party 2022, it's there. Inakuanga na watu from Kisii na kuna I think part of Kenya mahali ya MCS wamechaguliwa inaitwanga UPA. He has a party. Ni ile kutaka
ninaambiwa na Dani Daria.
Ameandika alikuwa na party ni ile because alikuwa civil servant, hakutaka ijulikane ni yake. Hata Kisii walikuwa wanataka kutumia hiyo lakini wakasema wacha wawachane ndio isionyeshe.
Nyamira Governor was elected plus other MCAs on that party.
Yeah.
UPA ina mean nini?
I don't know, United Party sijui what something alliance, I don't know. But Governor wa Nyamira ndiye ametumianga
UPA. Ibana sijui watu watafanyaje. Unajua simplicity maze.
Okay, one of the thing walikuwa naongojea kama Raila atamwambia atumie party ya ODM, but vile walisema kama ODM imechafuliwa then atatumia hiyo. So ni kama
ODM kwetu sitaweza kumuuza nayo because imechafuliwa na
Innocent
kuuza ODM juu ya Raila. Sasa amegoof, huwezi enda ukisema tu ODM watu wanajua Raila hata kama hayuko.
Okay, Alex ametuambia Progressive Alliance.
Innocent. How on earth could Matiang'i think about ODM? Mnataka kuuza Matiang'i na ODM?
No, they walikuwa nasema atarun na what?
Unaona what happened?
That was before.
That is a very bad idea. Let me tell you.
No, it was before.
What happened, Julia?
This
is what happened. You remember there was a fight with Simbarati seriously with Ongwae to the last minute, whereby they didn't even want to offer him the ODM ticket. It is the people who forced Arati to be given. Remember, they were the last few people to be given the ODM nomination, even after they had won. Now, the idea was throughout that Simbarati should cause a turmoil within the ODM so that his exit from ODM could be soft landing. And he was working with the then cabinet minister for security, Matiang'i. And I think they had agreed on it. But now, given the fact that Simba was still in ODM, his exit ilimshinda how to get out of ODM openly. But ukiangalia, the person who protected Simba so much, even in his campaign, you don't know how many times the deputy governor was arrested. The deputy governor for Kisii was arrested just to protect Simbarati and his goons, for Simbarati to win, even though he was very popular. But the UPA was supposed to be used as a vehicle. But the ODM fought so much, they put Ongwae na nani na Mbadi na nani, so that they can be part of the people ambao wamesimamia kura in that region, if you remember, which overpowered Matiang'i to come out openly with Simbarati and other members of parliament who wanted to contest from. And that is the mistake they made, not being bold enough to decide and tell ODM that, look, we can work with you on the side. And then they feared the repercussions also of what happened to Nani. His name, the Speaker for the Senate. Remember, when the Speaker for the Senate formed his party and then Joho did not board on it, remember what was going, the tug that was going in between the two, and eventually Kingi had to move out because he was not accepted as a party that can work with ODM or with Azimio. They just wanted him to reject completely his party and work within ODM. And that is what some of the masharti tulipewa, that if we work with UPA, then we are not within the Azimio coalition. And you know, it had reached a point where the Azimio coalition was most favored. So it was two coalitions, the Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio. So that's how the UPA was faced off. But when it came to Nyamira, I think Nani decided akakataa kabisa. The deputy governor who became the governor by proxy. So, but he ended up winning. So there are many people who have done what? Who won MCA through that seat. But I will tell you the truth. Matiang'i is liked, but he has not popularized his party. It's going to be difficult for Matiang'i to do that, because even the other day when the other parties from Kisii went somewhere in Karen to meet and talk about having one vehicle, Matiang'i refused to be represented by his party. It is just the other party for Mingo Magara, Manson Onyonga, and the others who came together. So I don't know how Matiang'i wants to come out as a leader from Kisii. He wants to come by himself, or he will work with other people. It is very confusing. In as much as he's popular, his strategists are very, like I can say, they don't know how to work with people. They don't know how. They have not taken the advantage of the situation right now, of the vacuum that is existing within Kisii. Let me tell you, people have abandoned ODM, but where are we going? We are not going. We are not boarding with Morara. We can't. Let me tell you for a fact, we are not going for inject party. That will not work. You like it or not. We have been waiting for Matiang'i for way too long, to a point there is a political exhaustion. Nobody now believes even this guy can come and do what. You see, the Kisiis are waiting. And I think maybe people understand the 2002 dilemma, whereby we voted for Kibaki, but all our members of parliament came from Fodasil. So we are waiting for that moment whereby we can be able to vote from one party, but we can vote for another person for presidential candidate. But now that party is the problem. We thought Matiang'i's party could be an alternative, but Matiang'i ni mwoga. Haendi Mchango, haendi Matanga, haendi popote. You know, it is so sad. We see Matiang'i going to Machakos anaongelesha watu but he can't come to Kisii. You know the pain of that? It's so painful, the people of Kisii. So the reality is Matiang'i has not taken the advantage politically that he ought to take, and his party may not even be the party of the choice. And that is why sometimes I say that maybe Innocent is right. Wanataka kutoroka na ODM. Maybe Innocent is right. Thank you.
Wataweza.
So Alex,
na hiyo
I'm getting what you are saying. So I don't know what strategy he's using, unless he planning to come Matiba style, akae ngambo alafu one day to scare Matiang'i homecoming, because it's not just the Kisii is waiting, the whole Kenya is waiting. He's now the talk of umesikia hata Gen Z wanataka Matiang'i. I mean, Kenyans are not wrong to think about him. They are not wrong. Wakenya hawajakosea sana. I don't know what strategy he's using. I don't know. Maybe he'll come, because even right now, there's a vacuum right now. We have people fighting the government. We have people on the opposition right now. We have people posing to be fighting for Kenya. Not posing, really fighting, like people come out, Omtata. Omtata amepigania wa Kenya, lakini Omtata hajajiasert vile tunataka. Hajajiasert, hana ile command voice, unaona. Hajajiasert vile tunataka. But we know that a Matiang'i speech, just one speech assassin, yani moja tu tuseme aanze kuongea kama Matiang'i mwenye tulikuwa najua kama secretary anajiasert. He's assertive, very assertive. However, he's not coming out, okay, and he's not taking advantage of the Gachagua fires. You know, Gachagua is really firing. You know, Gachagua has really reduced Ruto to something else, to something, yani hiyo matusi ya Gachagua na mathreats na nini imefanya Ruto aonekane kumbe huyu mtu hata si kitu. You know, Ruto has been scared people and saying that atawasafirisha binguni na kuabduct Gen Z mpaka kama Wakenya walikopa kiasi, lakini in the recent past people are like yani Gachagua even dares Ruto usikanyange Meru. So these people are not taking advantage of that environment. The other person who is, I don't know what she's strategizing, is Mother Karua. She's not taking advantage of that. But then, unaona, Kalonzo Musyoka had announced himself as a presidential candidate. But as soon as the Matiang'i name came up, they all put their tails between their legs. For reasons, I think they felt intimidated. Now, so what strategy, what are they waiting for? And you know me, this is my feeling. Wacha niseme tu hivi juu nataka kwenda kulala. PK, this is my feeling. And I think my feeling, my gut is right. We may have a snap election. That's my feeling. And in the event we have a snap election, how will they handle that? That's my question. All these people, how will they handle that in the event we have a snap election? If we may have a snap, I don't know for what reason. If something goes, you know, there are a lot of things that may go berserk in Kenya. First, Mara Raila Odinga na announce sijui nini, mara sijui anapewa kiti gani, mara sijui nani anatolewa kwa serikali Raila Odinga awekwe, mara sijui Wetangula akifukuzwa, what will happen? You know, how is Ruto going to handle that? Sijui Kindiki atolewe, Gladys Wanga awekwe. Is that really possible? Is that really viable? Supposing Ruto does that, what happens? What happens to that government? Now, also don't forget that serikali ya Kenya mefinywa from all sides, even if the economy is not doing so good. That is why unaona Kasongo must steal people's gold. Yani hadi alete terrorists to Kenya, apate gold za Sudan. Things are not okay in Kenya. Things are bad. The government is not very stable. So in the event the Kenya has, let's say if Kenya ever has a snap election, akina Matiang'i watafanyaje? I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, they're a mystery. That's what I'm not able to interpret what they are planning now. So, pick out and finish up.
Great question, Julia. That is what we have been also asking. Matiang'i is taking too long. Hata kama experts wake wanamwambia ati akuje akianza ati doesn't need a lot of years ama months to campaign, but tulisema is taking too long to, especially hii space yenye imebaki. Angekuwa ameingia ndani like saizi, angekuwa ni yeye ndio Gachagua sasa ameshikilia vizuri. And by the way, Stone PK, I don't know, you saw this Traore gay. Ameanzisha manyumba za affordable houses kwa hiyo country. Now he's not taxing. I'm just wondering the way this guy is doing things. And ndio tunasema system must work in Kenya, please. Let system work.
Innocent, about affordable housing, Uhuru was building this housing without taxing Kenyans. Tunakumbuka hizo nyumba zilianzishwa, Uhuru started building those houses. Alikuwa anaisha Wakenya pesa. No.
Hata zingine ziko Machakos asijaisha, ziko karibu kuisha, hata wangesimaliza.
Yes, that was Uhuru's project. He wasn't taxing Kenyans. Kasongo is just a thief. A thief. Mwizi sugu.
But Julia, you know, I like what Innocent said, but when he said it in a very, why does he say this Traore gay?
Nitaka kumuuliza kumeendaje.
How do you just say this Traore gay? I mean, I was like, what?
Okay, guy.
Unajua Innocent, Innocent ako Kenya. Your name Kenya, I sound anything. After Innocent, hey, it means a lot, man.
Anyway, I understand. Nimezoea hiyo. Okay, guy.
After hiyo jina mispronounce.
Guy.
Hey, it means
guy.
a lot.
Sorry for those who are not in Kenya, guy.
Ujama, Traore, he's doing good. So even Kenya says, you say systems are working, Kenya can work. So me, I don't know what I'm thinking. I saw Kasongo kwa kanisa ya Alai. Nyinyi mlimwangalia sura. Najua mimi uba wangu na analyze paka mtu body language.
Yes, exactly. Paka wanionyesha.
Alikuwa na kichwa left.
TikTok.
And then he was turning the head left, right. I don't know what was wondering what happened with Kasongo's head kwa hiyo kanisa.
Sijui kama conviction iko ama ni kushake
ile stress ati what is this so called of man of God, what is he about? Where is he heading to this corruption story? Unaona kuna watu wamebomoa siku hizi wa Kenya wamezoea kubomoa Kasongo hata in public, unaona even in his presence Wakenya tu wameenda tu wako ka habit sasa that from nowhere someone can say something outrageous even in his presence, or people can even walk out, or people can even, he expects anything, people can even start singing Ruto must go kwa kanisa. Sasa alikuwa tense unaona Sasa mimi tanga kama uko na hiyo tense, why are you appearing in public? Mimi nazaacha tu kwenda hizo kanisa, na kama ningelikuwa yeye I'm telling you, I wouldn't make much effort. I wouldn't anything that will stress me emotionally if I were him. I wouldn't add the stress, my emotional stress. For example, siwezi enda kwa campaign yenye najua watu watanishautia. Unaona? Siwezi. I can just be going to Harambe house to work and back. Unaona mjini nafanya nini? Because right now Kasongo should accept whether aende Mombasa, aende Kwale, aende North Coast, South Coast, Northeastern, Southeastern, or whatever. Wakenya tu wamechoka tu wameboeka. If Kenyans have the audacity to shout him out where he is, si ati mtu anapanga watu and then mkamshout. People just wanachoka tu akiongea. If Kenyans have the audacity kumshout hivyo, if people yani kama Wakenya wamechoka, yeye I think he's an intelligent man. Kama ningelikuwa yeye unamaza tu kiongea hiyo straight.
On the same note, don't you think that hii message haikuwa ya that church, ilikuwa ya Kasongo? Because listen to this the program ya hii church, Kasongo was supposed to come saa 5 akaambiwa imeisha, alafu akaambiwa at evening we have couples meeting. Sasa couples meeting, is that the message you preach to couples?
Hiyo haikuwa couples meeting.
Unaona Innocent, if you look at there is another aspect, like let's think out of the box. Why is it all of a sudden the clergy are behaving that way? Two things come into mind. First of all, the money that they had been getting directly from State House or previously when Ruto was running, has run out. That's the first thing. Secondly, the money from the congregants, I think it reached a point that Kenyans decided to punish the churches. It may not be emphasized enough for us to know in terms of statistics how we have done it effectively. But I do believe, I spoke with one of my friends who goes to a very good mega church, a big mega church in Kisumu. One day I just asked him, is there an effect after the demonstrations in terms of giving and the young people and the old people on how people give money? He said drastically. He said it's not even half. It has reduced to a point whereby now they are begging openly to the congregants, telling them that we have bills, we have this, we have internet, we have so on and so forth to pay. Why is it so? I think Kenyans got taxed too much and the clergy kept quiet. Now, what are the clergy trying to do? They are trying to coerce us again. The problem is that we forget our narrative and now we start buying their narrative. These people are not with us. When they were supposed to be with us, they never stood with us. So, but for the issue of lie again, this is what I concluded personally. I concluded that they forced their way to that church. Okay? They forced their way to that church. And lie being lie, I've known lie for years and years. Lie was some days lie used to be the best of the best. And he fell from grace to grace, and somehow he has been able again to now have a core congregation whereby he has built over the years, and he cannot mess up at his age. He cannot mess up. So I think Lai has learned from lesson how failure can make you succeed in principle. And you look at what you have or not what somebody can give you. So I think Lai, first and foremost, he was forced for those people to come to his church. But the other thing is that Lai has always been consistent. I don't think it was an afterthought. Lai has been, it's like this pastor from Kisumu. There's a little guy who, I see him a lot in
Lakini
TikTok.
Alex, before you compare Lai na Makonyango, Lai aliendaga State House.
No, that's what I'm saying. There
Alafu
was money coming.
akaenda kuombea Ruto siku moja hapo sijui kwa Uhuru Park.
Yeah, that's why I said in the beginning, there was a time money was coming from State House. When the money ran out, they've started to behave differently. If you had my narrative, had these people still been receiving that money, you will not have had that kind of summon. So they are playing
but also from what anaitwa nani Lai alikuwa na clarify is that he could be clarifying face to face that he has never taken money from Kasongo on his face. That way, kama Kasongo kama watu wali doubt, then he can say it to his face. So I think that's what I read from him saying that.
Alisema hivi, Jemo alisema, I have never given a bribe, but he did not say I've never taken a bribe. Mimi, let me say this.
Exactly. I listened to him twice. That is what he emphasized.
He said, I've never given a bribe. Lakini hakusema I've never taken a bribe. Alikuwa guilty na anajua watu wameboeka na hizi makanisa. Sasa he was trying to like come back and say
alikuwa na confess ndio samewe. And what is this Father Dan saying that PA wake alikuwa ameshikwa? Is it true? Alishikwa juu ya nini?
He was buying the narrative of Maraga, but he did not finish his statement the way Maraga said both. I've not given, I've not taken.
Yes, lakini hakusema I've not taken. Unaona?
Yeah.
Mimi nakwambia I played
PK favorite clip.
I played it twice. Nitaka kusikia. Alafu naona Alex, he started talking about what the Gen Z were fighting for. He did not condemn the killing of the Gen Zs. He stopped there. Unaona? Akasema, these children, I have a Gen Z. Hata niko na Gen Z preacher hapa. They were fighting for this. He could have gone further and said, and I hate it that their blood was shed. Unaona?
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Say it again.
He didn't go there because bado huu ni best wake, bado ni pesa hakuna Alex, hawajachotoa pesa. Sasa that is what is making them turn around.
And what Alex is saying is true. Maybe hawa jamaa walikuwa wanapatiwa pesa from State House, waumini wakakataa kutoa masadaka na nini. Sasa wakati ime dry, wameanza kuuliza sasa ma congregants waanze kutoa pesa, na wa congregants wakasema hatuwezi toa na mnapatiwa kutoka huko. So wakati wameona congregants they are the ones who wenye wataka na sisi forever, let me just say it, me what I'm suspecting JMO, hii message haikuwa ya family meeting. Family, you can't preach that. Hii alikuwa ameiweka mahali tu anaiongojea one day akikuja.
Was that a family meeting ama ilikuwa kanisa main? Sikujua. Was that not the main church service?
No, service hii alisema ati alikuwa nakuja saa 5, ati Kasongo alisema peke yake ati nilikuwa nakuja saa 5 nikaambiwa church imeisha, but we have a family meeting evening kama unaweza kuja. Family meeting unaweza kuongea juu ya hiyo. We know what family meetings Julia inaongeanga. It's couples meeting. Family meeting ni couples meeting, the way you take care of your family, ni vitu kama hizo. But sasa hapa hii message na ndio nasema all preachers wakwanga na message. Jamaa akikuja kwa church, hiyo message unamgonga nayo.
So in other words, au pastor walikuwa mabishti wa Kasongo. Sasa ni kama hawachotei sana. Kasongo hata yeye anafanya hesabu yake. Aliwachotea akapata kura wale watu wa Mount Kenya wakasema tugokira tena. Lakini sasa haoni tugokira tena anymore. So haoni haja ya kuwachotea. So they are turning around. And they are departing from Kasongo. So me, I'm saying this. I saw Kasongo was very stressed in that church. He was stressed. Hata nakwambia one of these final Kasongo ataanguka, atafaint, atacollapse kwa meeting. Juu ya stress. Alikuwa alikuwa na turn, kichwa kilikuwa na turn left, right. Left, right. Nilikuwa na shanga. Kwani kuna kunguni hapo kwa hiyo kiti? Left, right. So I was like, what is biting this man? I was watching his behavior so much. So it is because alikuwa na stress. Ajui lai atasema nini.
Alama na smile uongo.
Alafu kimutu kitatokea huko kianze kusema Ruto must go. Unajua Wakenya wameenda is beyond all that. You know, young Kenyans have done now the unthinkable that Kasongo didn't expect them. And then after that, after I said that mtakufa, you'll die early. Nikaona Gen Z wameka Kasongo tena kwa saduku. Leo.
I think Lai alifanya kazi poa. I mean, naweza chill na wewe na nisijue ulikuwa hiyo pesa ulikuwa unanunulia nyama choma ilikuwa ya wizi. But once after I break my ties with you and I tell you to your face, I think the person that left there uncomfortable was Kasongo. Hiyo ilikuwa breaking news. That was a lot. Hata mimi singeweza handle hiyo. That was a lot.
Alitoka hapo kama kona. Did you watch? You people look at that clip. His head was turning left, right. Akajaribu kulin kwa kiti, aka-unlean. I'm telling you, I watched that just watching Kasongo's behavior. Nikaona mtu one of these fine days atatolewa hapa na ambulance. So
Julia.
Yes.
Huyu pia alishikwa nini? Nataka kujua hii pastor pia, kwani yeye ndiye alinvite Kasongo ndiye akashikwa ama ni nini? Mbona alikuwa anashikwa?
I don't know about that. Unaweza uliza Danitela sawa apatie details. Sijasikia.
Dan, si tuandikie hapo tuambie ni nini, what happened ndiye akashikwa na akatolewa tena.
So in short, Kasongo, anybody wanted, let me conclude my story tonight and say this. Anybody thinking that Kasongo can save him, it's just like when Moi's boat was going down. We just analyzed here, we said in the year before 2002, Kenyans were so tired of Moi that anybody trying to work with him was a done deal. Unaona, Wakenya walikuwa wamechoka. Na sasa hivi Wakenya wamechoka zaidi. I think Kenyans are tired times 100 over Kasongo more than they were tired with Moi. Juu Kasongo ameumiza Wakenya. And what Kasongo did, the worst thing Kasongo did is killing Kenyan children. Hiyo hatuwezi msamehe. Tunaweza ongelea tuseme he's a poor manager of the economy, tuseme he's a poor manager of the workforce. Tunaweza ongelea hiyo yote ingine hiyo yote na tuseme yeye ni mwizi, juu yeye ni katrasra. Unajua Kasongo, acha niwapatie historia ya Kasongo. Kasongo amekuwa akiba. Yule mzee alituambia he used to steal people's other children's stationery, penseli, nini, raba. Anapeleka home, mama yake anamwambia, katoto kangu wewe ni mwerevu, hata leo umepata penseli ya bure. Sasa that is how Kasongo's catch up. Kasongo vile alikuwa young man. Kasongo unasikianga hizi katorasiri in Rift Valley. Kasongo it is natural to kwenda katorasiri kuwa watu. Akirudi nyumbani mama yake anamwambia pongezi mtoto wangu. You are my hero. Kasongo has been stealing all his life. And poor Kenyans that we had to have him as the president. That was the biggest tragedy that happened to Kenya. Lakini, killing Kenyan children, that was the worst thing. He has killed before. He has been incriminated for crimes against humanity. All through, since the killings of Molo and the killings of Kiamba, he has been incriminated all through. He's one of the suspects. His name has not been removed from among the suspects. But then huyu jamaa hachoki na kumwaga damu. Everybody who has worked with him, his personal assistants, his people who have worked with him are dead. No, jamaa hachoki. But as if that was not enough, he killed Kenyan children. He abducted them. He ordered their murders. And still he was not apologetic. Nyinyi watu mnakumbuka akiuliza yule mtoto wa wapi uko, sini Warongai ama ni wapi, anauliza amekufa. Yule mtoto alikufa. Do you remember Kasongo asking that live on 10? That is that boy dead? Can you believe that? Huh? He's middle that the child was given several bullets. And I was like, mtoto amekufa. Shame, he didn't even apologize. He has never apologized for that. He's never expressed any sympathy towards the families that lost their children. He's not sorry. So we will never forgive. And if we try to forgive, we shall not forget. So anybody aligning themselves with Kasongo, may they all go to hell. Asanteni. Good night.
So Julia, let me follow it from where you left. Sorry, I think you gave a very good, a strong finishing. Sometimes I become very unfair by like it doesn't go with my core values. But again, I say it this way. When we were campaigning and we were looking at the history and telling the GNCs that, look, the history of this person, he has blood in his what? In his hands. We were told history is not important. Yes, the GNCs were killed. But it was important for them to learn from history that when we tell you this person killed people in Kiamba and you refused at the glare of daylight, you showed us the middle finger and told us that that history does not matter. Good, this history has happened to them. So that they will not joke with history when we sit down to negotiate and say, this is how a country cannot go. This is how a country can go. So there is a positive side of it. There is a negative side of it. Had this not happened, the GNCs would never have believed when we were crying about the people of Kiamba. When we were saying, people have done what? Have been vanishing from the office of the deputy president. Walisema tunamwekelea. Unfortunately, it happened to them. So it is for us as a country to learn from it and understand that history is important. Thank you.
PK, funga show. Watu watoe maoni yao tufunge show. Mimi nimeshaongea. Innocent Jemo, you can follow.
Okay, wacha nitoe yangu ya mwisho. Thank you guys. At least whatever we are speaking here, I'll continue challenging PK. Angalie some of those nice quotes, some things zenye zimeongelewa kwa hii kitu, atengeneze to TikTok the same way ameka WhatsApp group. Those we can share them to many different people, and that's how we can pass this information to them. Otherwise, our motto is Kasongo must go. Sasa mahali imefika, Kasongo and its cronies must go. We are continuing now to add the list. Wenye wanashikana na lazima waende. And as you guys said, hii space imewachwa for long. Kama sio Wamunyoro amekuja ameishikilia, sijui tungekuwa wapi saizi. But we need also those presidential candidates wenye wanataka kurun for this space, wakuje mapema, washike hii gurudumu na Wamunyoro waipeleke mbele. Otherwise, thank you. And Raila, continue consult to some of the leaders wenye unataka, but wananchi walienda wakakuacha. And for us very soon tutakuonyesha. Thank you.
Nilisema jana pia, Kenya needs some bold people. I think that anytime I feel like that's and me, I feel it gives me some jitters. It just makes me feel very uncomfortable, because I am a person that I like certainty. Najua kama haikuji ikuji. Najua ni kama ile pesa yenye unajua haikuji, you already don't plan with it. Sasa hii ya Matiang'i, I hope is a very bad word in a situation like this. Anytime tunajikuta tunasema hope, my friend. Baba amekuja na ameanza kusema anaenda kuongea na Wakisii. That is a vacuum he sees. He has heard some things in Dubai that they are talking about Matiang'i in Kenya. They are not talking about you, Baba. So the first thing he say he's gonna go to speak to the Kisiis huko. Hawezi sema anaenda Mount Kenya. He knows something. Mount Kenya, they are where they stand. My Gusii people, hey, Matiang'i cannot be quiet and you guys are quiet. Tutarudi pale tu penye tulikuwa tunaongea jana, that Kikuyus need to let another community lead, because this is an opportunity for you all to speak, because the country is behind you guys. But I see silence in Matiang'i and I see silence in the Gusii community, to where Baba can even afford to say, when was the last time uliona Baba in the past saying that he's gonna pitch a tent in Kisii? You know, he sees that the thing is not about the Kisii. He wants to unseat Matiang'i's popularity, to water down. And I think that can be a Kasongo project. Go and water down Matiang'i, because if he comes out, this could be bad. The country wants him. So let's just push our leaders to step up. The Mount Kenya can push Matiang'i as far as they can, but the Gusii too. If he's having a strategy to be silent, y'all don't be silent. Mumuongele at least tusikiange. Tunampush sana hapa, lakini huko nje ninasikia kuna kabaridi fulani spendi. You know, and Baba knows. Baba atakuja na hita huko Kisii. Akuja na blanket, ile electric blanket, mtaota jua na nini. Hey, we need to make sure that we are certain we are pushing boldness in the country. Na Baba akikuja Kisii, mtufanyie favor, fanyeni ile kitu ya Isiolo. Ruto must go, na mkiongezea Baba must go pia tutashukuru. That's it for me.
PK, I see PK ameenda kulala. Wacha nisalimie, nishukuru watu wenye wako kwa comment section. Akina Njue Njagi, asanti. For the Danny perspective, thank you very much. Tip point, asanteni sana. Wairimu end, thank you very much. Danny Dario, thank you. Innocent, I see you in the comment section. Thank you, Joseph Gashu, asante sana. Alex, nakuona huko. Kiran Jigona, thank you. Dush, tunakushukuru sana. Mwamba, we see you there. Umepotea kwa studio. Resilient, Kufinish Kumalo TV, asante sana. And everybody else to Resilience who joined us this morning and this afternoon, this tonight. And thank you those who are in comments, in the panel, Akina Innocent, Jemo, Alex, Anjiru, Stone PK, all those who joined us tonight. We really appreciate your contribution. And like I always say that we cannot relent, hatubanduki, hatubabaishi, hatutikiziki. We must continue the struggle to restore the rule of law, justice, fairness, equity in Kenya. Now, hatuwezi kuwa na mtu anatawala, anamwaga damu, anapora mali ya Kenya, and he gets away with it. This needs to come to a stop. So no matter what, we must continue talking. If we don't talk, if we remain silent, our children will suffer, our grandchildren will suffer, our great-grandchildren. We must change this country for the sake of the future of Kenya. We must support the leaders that we feel are revolutionaries and gonna change the future of Kenya. So mimi nawaomba penye mko, wherever you are, in your homes, to their relatives, speak to them, provide civic education, enlighten them on why this is serikali ya Kasongo lazima iende. Now enlighten them on the kind of leadership we want. People who obey the rule of law. People who not just talk about chapter 6 of the Constitution, but they implement the chapter 6 of our Constitution. So nawashukuru sana na naomba tukutane hapa tena again and again, because aluta continua, the struggle continues. Good night, good morning, alamsiki.
Thank you. Good night, morning.